Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the Speed Chess Championship by chess.com. This is Sagar Shah, and here we are at the quarterfinals with Nihal Sarin taking on the one and only MVL. Sarin taking on the one and only MVL. Sarin taking on yes, Nihal Sarin taking on MVL. Well, this is going to be a great clash, and I'm very excited to be watching it along with you, taking you through the game, just so that you all know what we are going to witness today. The Speed Chess Championship is an online event with 16 of the best speed chess players in the world, and currently, if you see, this is how the tournament stands. We have Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So who have reached the semi-finals. We have Hikaru Nakamura at the top who has reached. It's now going to be Nihal Sarin or MVL. Whoever wins will reach the semi-finals. Guys, who do you think will make it? I am actually very excited because MVL is a very tough opponent for Nihal. But Nihal is the only Indian left in the fray. And so, in order to kickstart this stream, I'm going to put a poll. Who is going to win today? And I'm also going to put out the format in the poll so that you know 90 minutes of 5+1, 60 minutes of 3+1, and 30 minutes of 1+1. This is going to be great. And guys, remember, MVL had actually really given Gukesh a tough time in the round of 16. It was a very tough match for Gukesh. As you can see the score, it was 21.5, 8.5. He'd beaten him by a huge margin. So we put up the poll. Please do give your vote. Vivaswan Damle says Nihal for the win. Nihal FTW in the chat. Gambit OP. Vigata Karna says Magnus crushed Nepo. Well, Magnus is such a beast in this format or in any format. It's an absolute pleasure to be in the same era as Magnus Carlsen, witnessing his games, guys. We are really lucky that we are able to do that. And Gukesh ka badla lega Nihal, says Prajwal Minazigi. Well, yesterday Gukesh did beat Wesley So in Berlin at the Armageddon tournament. So that was really a good comeback by Gukesh. And I think he prefers over the board much more than online play. But Nihal really prefers playing online. I think he is a big expert in online play. He has been playing it for years. I remember that when we organized the Super Juniors Cup way back in 2020, when the pandemic was going on, it was Nihal who won it ahead of Arjun, Gukesh, Prag, Raunak, everyone. Manabeshkar says Gukesh is best in classical while Nihal in Blitz. Well, Nihal has to prove himself today, because I feel personally that if you were to ask me who is the slight favorite, I would say MVL is 51% at least a favorite. 59-49, 51-49. It's a close match, but I think MVL is World Blitz champion, in 2021. He's a very strong player. And guys, we'll have the score on the left of your screen. We have the timer here. We have the subscriber count. We are moving towards 14 lakh subscribers. Well, let's hope that we will be able to reach it soon. What is the condition of Vidit, says Maskman. Well, Vidit is preparing for the Asian Games. He's going there along with Arjun to play in the individual tournament. And then for the team event, Gukesh, Prag, Hari will join them. And we'll have the team event that will begin. Where's Amruta ma'am? Well, Amruta today is going to take some break. It's just going to be me with you guys, because, it's late in the night and I've come for a party time. Where is Prag? By the way, did you guys see the video of Prag and Gukesh as for the Velammal school celebration that we put up? We translated their, we put the captions of their Tamil speech. So we took a bit of effort and we put it there. And I hope that you will be able to see. What is this? 14. When does the game start? It should start any moment now. Let's hope. And by the way, um, don't you get tired. Get your food and drinks. It's going to be a long session. Well, today was a very, very long day. I think I woke up in the morning, did some work and stuff, and then I had meetings. And then I went to Phoenix Market City. I had a session with all the team of Phoenix. We did some really nice stuff there. And then after that, I came back and I recorded a video with Vidit on training, which I'll publish tomorrow. And now I'm here. But chess is always fun to watch, and I think we'll have a lot of fun. That's the most important thing. Aryan says hello, bye Sagar bhai. How are you, Aryan? I'm good. How are you doing? ChessBase India, I'm new here. Just developed chess interest. Well, you're going to enjoy Kinshuk today because Nihal is one of India's best speed chess players. We can also say he is perhaps, could we say he's the best? Well, I would put Arjun and Nihal in the similar kind of category. But Arjun is out of the tournament. Nepo beat him by a whisker yesterday. So maybe we would put Nihal as the best. I think the game should have begun by now. It's already 3 minutes past, but sometimes there are some technical issues which they are fixing. Rakshit Singh says, watching this while coding my new chess website. It's called Chess on Chain because it involves chess and blockchain. Arey bhai, Rakshit bhai, kya hi naye ideas la rahe ho. We are very excited for that. By the way, guys, Rakshit is the guy who had made the dhokebaz meter for our streams. If you remember, we used to have bars when multiple players would play, and now he's working on chess and blockchain. Wow. Well, I think that's very, very exciting and interesting. Indian Khabilam says, sorry sir, tomorrow is my exam, so I will not stay, but best of luck for Nihal. Come after some time when you have studied, take a break in between, beach mein aate rehna. Maza aega. Radha Singhal says, who is the strongest player in youngsters of India in terms of handling pressure? Good question. I think all of them are able to handle pressure pretty well. But I would say that when it comes to very, very low time, Nihal and Arjun do it the best. When it comes to classical chess, I think Prag and Gukesh are slightly more superior. But, it changes every year. Like, if you had asked me this question in 2022, I would have said in classical chess, Gukesh and Arjun are good. But then in 2023, Arjun has slowed down a bit and Prag has shot up a bit. In classical chess, Nihal has slowed down a bit, but in Rapid and Blitz, he's going strong. In online tournaments, he's playing well. Who knows, maybe Nihal would have a couple of good classical events. Suddenly, he becomes a beast in classical chess. We never know. Today, Magnus beat Yan. Yeah, I think Magnus is best. In fact, Nihal versus Magnus could happen in the finals if Nihal wins today and then beats Nakamura, which is actually going to be very tough because beating Nakamura is very, very difficult. But let's see. Oh, please tell about open a chess club, says Ankit. Well, we're going to open a couple of chess clubs very soon in Phoenix malls across Pune, Ahmedabad and Lucknow. These are 3 more places in addition to Mumbai and Indore. So you will have 5 chess clubs soon. Also, there'll be more stuff coming up in this year because there are many, many things. So I'll keep you posted. Naka versus Magnus probably in finals, says Aniket. Well, let's see. Naka Magnus last year was, I think, 150,000 people had watched it live, because wasn't it like the football finals had ended and then this had happened and so many people had watched it, something like that. Phoenix Mall of Asia, one of the biggest Phoenix malls, coming up 500 meters from my house. Yes, I know, in Bangalore, right? We'll also try to get it going there. Why isn't this game starting? Can anyone inform me what is wrong? Because it's already 7 minutes past the time they should have begun. Shashank Aswath says, "Hi Sagar, hope you are doing good. Good luck to Nihal. Magnus said in his interview that it's going to be a great fight and it's very evenly matched. I have to work, so we'll be following on mute." Arey, ठीक है. I'll try to show more diagrams and more arrows and stuff so you can understand. Did it start already? I can't see it though. I've been learning chess from your commentary. Now I'm understanding their moves, says Nitin Parmar. Arey, badhiya. Zayan Punawala says, new Phoenix in Pune as well. Come to play. Yeah, please come to play. It'll start soon. Sagar, have you visited Marotichal Chess Village in Kerala? It's near Nihal's hometown. Yes, I went there in 2018. I also met okay, today only I spoke about it. His name is the man who started chess there. I met him. I went to his house. He showed me his photos. I went to his tea stall. We had, I think, tea. Then what was the name? Danya just said on commentary that they are getting the players set up, so match should start momentarily. Okay, brilliant. No, it was not NR Anil Kumar. It was some... Forget. What does 5 plus 1 and 30 minutes mean? Well, 5 plus 1 means 5 minutes plus 1 second increment per player. 90 minutes of that, then 3 plus 1 of 60 minutes and 1 plus 1 of 30 minutes. Your new vlog on Meghalaya was wowsome. Yes, I really enjoyed myself in Meghalaya, and Meghalaya actually is going to have first GM tournament in December, guys. So if you are planning to have a place, to enjoy yourself, then you can go there. In fact, you see, today I've got this, planning to wear it at some point. This was given to me in Meghalaya. And very nice people, very nice culture there. And yeah, let's wear this. If Nihal is in the bullet segment of this match, we'll wear this. Yes, if Magnus Naka will happen, we'll cover it. Yes, for sure. Can you become a good chess player with bad memory? Why not? Why not? You can. But just that maybe in openings, you may have to play some openings which are not theory oriented. Why didn't Nihal participate in Tata Steel? Well, Nihal, this year, Hari Krishna was part of the players, and I think they went rating wise. So that's how Hari was one of the players, and Nihal couldn't make it to top 5 of Indians. Best time to ask you about Hans Kramnik controversy. Now you can't dodge this. Well, it's becoming very exciting and interesting. In fact, I saw the tweet that Hans Niemann made. He said to Kramnik, invite me to your training session. I'll show you all about my analysis and everything, and then you can decide. In fact, Hans even put up some scholarship, right? $10,000 for 10 youngsters filling in a Google form. So, he is going out of the box. He's doing out of the box stuff. Very interesting to see where this will be headed. And I think he's a interesting character in the world of chess who keeps bringing in a lot of interest. But I still have to listen to Kramnik's podcast with Caruana and Christian Chirila. Christian got married today, I think. Today or yesterday. So, yeah. Shubham Roy says, hello, Sagar bhai, I'm huge fan of yours. Please give shout out. Shout out, Shubham. Did you see Kramnik's analysis on Levitov channel? Oh, he's done analysis on Levitov. I'll be meeting Kramnik in person in Levitov chess. I'm going to the Netherlands in 5 days from now, 6 days. So I'll meet him there and I think we'll have more information at that point. Okay, games have started. Nihal Sarin opens the game with knight f3, d5 played, and he goes d4. We have the queen's pawn opening, knight f6, and he goes c3. This is now, guys, Nihal Sarin style. But why is the timer not started? Is it timer should have started? No, this one. Bishop f5, queen b3. Maybe they'll update the timer, or maybe I have the wrong link of the timer. Perhaps it has changed. Pawn takes, knight goes. Oh, it started. Bishop f4, and now. Okay, basically Nihal had no qualms about pushing his pawn 2 times, c3 then c4, and now after take, he's gone bishop f4, bishop e7, e3, h3. Why? Because he wants to make space for his bishop to go back. Now the pawn comes up forward, bishop develops, okay, b5. Now this pawn is weak and Nihal latches into positional weaknesses. This game, I am already calling it, Nihal should be able to sort of put a lot of pressure on MVL, because he's going to play rook c1. He's going to put pressure here. Yes, plays it. And one of the things that we should learn from Nihal today is how to try and press minutely. I think he'll go knight to e5. And I'm going to try and guess Nihal's moves, because my feeling is Nihal is a very positional player. If Arjun was playing here, he would have go g4. But Nihal would never play g4, according to me, in such positions. Although g4, bishop g6, g5 would be a very interesting move. He goes knight. Oh, he's going for the bishop pair now. Knight h4. Okay, bishop goes back and he puts his bishop out, angling for the f5 square. I believe that g6 could be played here. But then Nihal is happy for these small little weaknesses. Okay, knight jumps to b6. Not really a good move. Guys, can Nihal find the tactic? Can you find the tactic? White to play. What is the tactical shot that is available here? Let's see. Oh, he doesn't find it. He goes knight f5. But I have a question for all of you. Can you find it? What was the move that Nihal Sarin missed here, which was very, very good for him? Can you tell me? Yes, we have right answers coming in from Viresh, Samir, Ice Cold, Srirang, Harmony, Tanushri, Hassan, Agrim, Vanmala. Well done, guys. You guys are amazing. Faster than Nihal Sarin. Take here. And you might say, why? But it's a free piece. Well, not really. The rook jumps in, attacks the queen and the bishop, and this would have been winning position for Nihal. He doesn't find it because sometimes when the games begin, you are not very sharp. You haven't warmed up yet. So he takes, but now he has the bishop pair, and against Nihal, this is dangerous position. Rook e8, bishop goes back, queen d7, and now this is the live position we have on the board. Okay. b3, and this pawn is telling a direct statement to the knight that you can't jump here and here. Okay, so pawn takes, bishop d6. He's saying to Nihal, you have the bishop pair. I want to trade off the bishops. But I think Nihal can go knight e2. And guys, what is a pawn weakness in this position? Which pawn of black is weak? Can you tell me? Yes, Rakshit Singh, Viresh, Harmony, Alok, Vishal, Samir, very good. This pawn is a weakness on c6. It's a backward pawn. Why is it called a backward pawn? Because no black pawn can support it any longer, and this is a weakness. So even though the bishop pair advantage would be lost here, still this is a pawn that you can attack with your queen, Bishop can come here to attack and so on. So let's see what Nihal plays. He's gone into a long think. He's not making his move yet. And we will see how he continues. Sriram says, how do you categorize the strength of Prag, Gukesh, Arjun and Nihal, meaning their positional versus strategic play? With the advent of engines, do you feel positional play is more relevant now? We'll talk about this in the break, Sriram, after at the 45-minute mark, because it's a very deep question that you have asked. Cannot give any short answers. Queen takes, bishop takes, queen takes has happened here. And now, what? Nihal goes for a very interesting sacrifice. Whoa! Mind is blown. He attacks the queen and he's going for the fork here. So he will get rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. And guys, I can tell you one thing. Nihal is like Anatoly Karpov in many ways. In what way? Whenever Karpov used to sacrifice, people used to say that you can already resign the game. Okay, this sacrifice is not like that. But in general, when Karpov used to sacrifice for attack, when Tal used to sacrifice, people used to say find the refutation because Tal makes unsound sacrifices. But a player like Karpov, when he sacrificed, he was so positional that if he sacrificed, he had actually seen right till the very end that he would get an advantage. And I feel that Nihal is somewhat similar. When he sacrifices something, he's able to see that this is better for him. And here he has 2 pawns. This pawn is a weakness. I think he will lose it. But also black's pawn is weak. The main problem for black is that he doesn't have outposts for his knight. The main problem for white is that his rooks also are not very active. Now he gets his rook on the 7th rank right now. He goes knight to f8. Okay, this is a weakness. Nihal gets the c file. Small little moves. Rook on 7th heaven. Queen moves up. Later on, you can move your rook to the a file and enter from here and put pressure on this position. Okay. Now, what is MVL going to do? Because knights usually thrive on weaknesses. Okay. So rook a1, look at that, Nihal coming in. And now if you take here, take here, take here, then what do we do? Guys, very quickly, very easy, but also very instructive. Where do rooks belong? Yes. No, not rook a8, which is also possible, but rook on the 7th. Akshay, Alok Raj, Aniket, rook a7. And then both the rooks on 7th rank are very, very powerful. So he's not going to take that pawn. He jumps in with his knight. Okay. Can we go here? Well, no, you can't. Because once you go here, the queen enters in with a check. King has to move up. And now knight takes pawn. And this is actually trouble time, I feel. So that's the reason why he's not going to go here. But you can see Nihal is lagging behind on time. He goes g3, and I think his point is that he wants to move his rook so that when the check comes, he doesn't have to go to h2, but rather he can go to g2. That's what he has played. g6 played, and now let's go. Let's go. 7th heaven calling you. Nihal Sarin. What are you waiting for? Aniket was saying, could we have played f3 instead of g3? Well, I think it was very much possible to kick the knight away and it might have been a better move. But he played this and MVL has gone wrong, and Nihal is actually wondering, why did MVL give him a chance here? He has to calculate now this line. Here, check, king here, and now rook takes b3, because if you take with the queen, this is hanging. But then you can pick up this pawn and white is completely winning here. So let's see what he does. He goes in. Nihal Sarin moves his rook on the 7th heaven. Both the rooks are doubled up, attacking the f7 pawn. First game, very important, guys. You might think, oh, it's a long match. There are 4 hours of play and so on. Why are you getting excited? But first game sets up the tempo of the match. 96 double question mark. Take it, Nihal. MVL wants to maybe come to g5, attacking the rook and the h3 pawn, trying to come in here, but it's not going to work out. Takes it. Okay, what's your plan, MVL? Oh, he goes with the other knight. Now, can Nihal find rook takes h7? Look at this move, guys. Take, knight takes, and now queen jumps in. Boom! And a checkmate here. So that is the plan. Can Nihal find rook takes h7? Well, he goes rook f6, which was not the best, but was pretty good. He's still winning, but he has only 5 seconds left. And in 5 seconds, it's very tough for the world to play. But for Nihal Sarin, maybe not. Let's see. But it's the first game. Can Nihal keep his cool? Takes, and now h4. Push the knight away. Yes, he does it. He pushes the knight away. Where does the knight go now? Check here, king g2. Oh, no, not king g2. There is a fork here. Careful, careful. Knight e4 comes here. He goes rook d7. Attacking this. No question mark needed. It's a good move. He's attacking the d5 pawn. Queen f5 played, and these two knights and the queen are very tricky. Nihal moves his rook back. He's threatening a check. If the queens are traded, white is winning. Because with the rook and the outside pawn, it's going to be very tough for the knights to defend. But can he exchange the queens? Or will MVL sacrifice something and make it very tricky? No, actually Nihal is ready. Knight takes g3 is going to take the queen. So he goes queen f3 and Nihal says, sorry MVL, you have no threats. I'm actually pushing. Knight h3 is a big threat. Not really. Again, check. King f1. Nihal Sarin has nerves of steel. He's not at all afraid of the two knights and the queen in the position. He's just saying, I'm pushing my pawn to queen. Here, his pawn is just moving forward. Wow. What an amazing game this is. First game setting the tone for the match. Check. King d2. Knight will give a check. But Nihal's king is running away to the other side. Epic, epic. King d2, king b2. Queen d1 threatening a check here. Nihal pushes even further by Nihal Sarin. Amazing. Knight goes to f8. Queen b3. Check. Okay. King c2. No more checks. And Nihal wins. Oh, 4 minutes. What a game. Nihal plays amazingly well. And now, 1 point lead. Brilliant chess. Okay, e4, e5, Nihal plays the Petrov. He's very solid. d6. Let's update the score. What a game, no, by Nihal. Matlab, 5 seconds, I was so stressed. He's just very cool. Amazing. He pushed his b pawn. Just push. Push karo, khush raho. Anyway, let's get to the next game. It's opposite side castling in the Petrov. You know, there are two types of Petrovs. The boring Petrov and the exciting Petrov. This one is an exciting one. Why? Because both players have castled on the opposite side and MVL is going all in for the attack. If he gets h6 in, there will be definite weakness on the dark square. So Nihal goes h6 and he's not afraid of MVL sacking here because after takes, queen takes, right now the rook is not moving in so quickly and you can kick the queen away with bishop f8. So that's the reason why h6 is an excellent move by Nihal. And next up, you can just put your bishop back. ऐसे हल्लू से पिच्चू लेंगे, then bishop will nicely defend everything. But MVL moves his knight away. He might have ideas of playing g4, g5. That's how he wants to attack. Okay, Nihal goes knight here. He wanted to look at the central square. MVL takes it away with his pawn push. Okay, what do we do now as black? How do we develop ourselves? Do we go bishop development here? Shall we start pushing our pawns on the queen side? It's interesting. I think also a very Nihal-like move was bishop f8, but he goes bishop g5. And he's telling his opponent, if you play f4, mind you, you are giving away the central square. So it's a provocative move, trying to go here and provoking f4. But he takes, okay. And Nihal says, an endgame works well for me. I have no problems. But maybe there are problems because the knight is very well placed and the pawn coming into h6 can get you a passer. But Nihal is not worried. He goes bishop d7. Well, after winning the first game, Nihal has to keep his momentum going. He mustn't lose this one. Then the match is again well balanced. Right now, he has a nice little edge. Sneh Shah says, Sagar bhai, love from USA. Sneh Shah, good to see you. Siddharth Ranadev says 1100 watching पे सिर्फ 200 लाइक. अरे जनता लाइक कर दो यार. 200 लाइक के लिए नहीं बैठा हूं मैं यहां. दबा के लाइक कर दीजिए. ओके, by the way, rook a8 played bishop d3. But can we now just take this bishop? Is this a good bishop? Like if you takes, then you have the bishop versus knight, and somehow your bishop is a little bit claustrophobic here because you know your pawns are limiting it. So maybe Nihal might not want to take it. Oh, he takes it. He takes it. Just when I thought he might not take it, he takes it. And he pushes the pawn forward. So Nihal telling his opponent, my bishop will come to life. And guys, now can we push the pawn? No, he goes f6. You know, my reason goes f6. Calm, cool. And one thing, guys, today, learn from Nihal how to make little moves, okay? No matter what happens, Nihal always keeps making these little moves and he improves his king in the middle game often. His favorite moves with white often are g3 and king g2. Today, if you look at such a position, in your head, you might think, oh, how should I improve my bishop? How should I improve my rook? How should I improve my pawns? But Nihal is thinking, how should I improve my king? And that's the reason why he played f6, rook e1, king f7. He improves his king. Pawn up to f4. And now he takes, rook takes. And now the d5 pawn is hanging. So rook takes. Do we take with the rook? Yeah, I think you have to. And then you have to be slightly careful because the d5 pawn is hanging right now with the knight. And then the knight could settle on this square. And along with the rook, it could come in. But MVL is thinking. He's thinking whether to capture with the king or the rook. He takes with the rook. Okay. I think Nihal's idea could be bishop here. Because with this move, he stops the knight from moving. Once you get the bishop here, you are attacking this pawn. And also, you defend the d5 pawn. No, he goes bishop c6. Is the bishop well placed there? Is the $1 million question. And white has an excellent positional move now and MVL plays it. d4, beautiful play by MVL. Why? Because this bishop needs this pawn to move forward to unleash itself. And the pawn moves forward and says, you are not moving. So the bishop is also passive. Pawn takes, and now white has a small advantage here. This is the position. Nihal has 2 minutes 30 seconds. MVL has 3 minutes on the clock. Yes, d5. Now, I don't like this bishop. You know, it's like, kya ho gaya bhai? Somehow the bishop needed a better square. I would love, somehow, guys, I would love if the bishop somehow manages to come here. That would mean that somehow the opportunities in a field like where it is have improved drastically. Right now it's sitting behind this rock, but then it uses the same rock to sort of power in the position. Can we get the bishop there is the question. Right now, not easy, because if you move your bishop, your pawn is hanging. Ooh, rook e8. The computer doesn't like it because after you take, now if bishop takes, pawn hangs, and if king takes, then knight jumps in, and you might say, hey, what's the big deal? You know, this pawn is hanging. I'll just go king f7 and defend it. But then comes a check, king here, and then boom, boom, and pawn endgame. What is happening? I don't know. But guys, this is the famous Rubinstein versus Kohn endgame. You go here, the king has to go back, and then white is actually winning this endgame. So is MVL doing it? Takes. No, he doesn't find it. Nihal comes up. Wow, that endgame would have been so good and instructive to study. I will be analyzing later on, maybe in the break or tomorrow, but we will look at it. G4 played. Wow. Okay, now where do we go next? The pawn has come up to G4. King goes to D6, and now Nihal says your pawns are also weak because my bishop can come back and start attacking them over here. And the king has also defended this. So somehow it seems like Nihal's position is under control. But guys, remember, in Blitz, knight is generally superior to the bishop because knights can jump on both color complexes and it can go to f5, f4 and all these directions. So king goes to f3. Rakesh Rocky says Nihal is feeling sleepy. Well, Nihal, I have seen Nihal actually yawning even at World Cup. Like when he was facing Jan Nepomniachtchi in the tie breaks, he was yawning. I think yawning is somehow not equivalent to feeling sleepy for Nihal. Sometimes you yawn also under pressure. Do you think so, guys? Has it ever happened to you that you are under pressure and you yawn? I don't know. Okay, bishop goes back to e8. So Nihal right now putting the onus on MVL to find a way to break through. It's not so easy to find that. Atul Dhingra says no. Priyanshu Sharma says never. Although Sutapa Maji says yes, I do yawn. Nobody says I yawn when I am hungry. Heard first time yawning under pressure, says Ryan. Ryan, you are still very young. Yes. When you'll grow up, you will yawn many times. Anonymous says, I often yawn during my exams. Okay, good. Guys, so, oh, by the way, the knight goes back. And I think MVL wanted to get his knight here and here. So Nihal stops it instantly. But this is very dangerous because Nihal has given his opponent a protected passer. But now, if you would have taken, of course, this would have been terrible because black is just active. Remember, we wanted this square. So no en passant allowed there. I mean, it's not a good move. Knight e3. Nihal goes bishop f7. This endgame should be losing, I feel. Somehow one gets the feeling that it's very tough to defend it. But if there's someone who can defend it, I think it's Nihal Sarin. He goes king to d7 here. Okay. Also for white, h6 would be winning if not for bishop g8 or bishop g6. So these are still the moves that are possible in the position. Let's see how MVL plays. He has 1 minute 10 seconds. Nihal has just 15 seconds. I'm actually wondering how MVL should play for a win here. Not so sure. Not so sure how he should play. Maybe he should start pushing his queenside pawns. No, he goes king e2. Nihal waits. Knight goes back. King comes up. King d2. Maybe he's looking to come from the other side. Okay. King comes in. Will Nihal plonk his bishop into the central square? It's not easy for black to play. And Nihal down to 3 seconds. Nihal! Play. King e6 played. Okay. And now MVL using his extra time to find a way to break through from the queen side. Because if you try to enter here, oh, h6 played. Okay. a5 played by Nihal, but this is looking like a bad move because now what happens is the king comes here and he loses this pawn. Oh, a5 was just too rash by Nihal Sarin. King comes in and he wants to win this pawn, but this a pawn is a monster. A pawn. Okay, bishop d3 maybe. You try to save it this way. King g6, a5, bishop d3 and now king c5. You win this pawn. You can't go bishop c4 because the knight takes it. And now white is a pawn up and completely winning. But can Nihal somehow magically hold this? Impossible. Nihal has resigned. MVL's pawn was queening and that levels the score. Fantastic play by MVL. Leveling the score there. And this match already looks very, very close right from the get-go. Okay. Now, Nihal goes d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, knight to c3, d5, bishop f4. He puts his bishop out on f4. We have the Jubawa London here. c7 pawn attacked. Knight defends it. Pawn to e3, castles, and now h3, making square for the bishop to drop back. And now knight comes back to e4. Knight comes forward to e4, c3, knight a3, and black is doing pretty okay here. I think you can go knight e6, attacking the bishop, and maybe then f5, f4 could be on the cards. Let's see how he plays. He goes b6. He wants to put his bishop to b7 and then later on try for the pawn push to c5. It's almost 11 p.m. for Nihal. Unfair advantage to MVL, says stock meat. Well, stock meat, if you know Nihal well, I think his day is just starting out right now. He actually spends a lot of time awake late nights, and I think today is no different. Guys, do like the stream and also do subscribe. Our aim today can be to reach 13,80,000 subscribers. For that, we need 800 more subscribers, and let's get it cracking. So now Nihal pushes his pawn to a4. His idea was to gain even more space on the queen side, but black immediately stops it. Yes, the b5 square is slightly weakened, but if you see both the knights, they are very firmly guarding that square. So Nihal goes rook e1, little moves, h6, bishop d3, again a very little move, and Nihal has all his pieces in nice squares. So this does feel like a London system somehow, but it started off with the knight moving from here, 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 and here. Sometimes, in life, we tend to behave like this knight, because in the opening here, the knight could have developed after bishop f4 to d2, but it wanted adventure. It wanted more things. So it went here, 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 and here. And so everyone told him, what did you achieve in life? You wasted 4 moves of your life. It's like 4 years of your life. But then what you gained in return is all these weaknesses that were created because of that. And that is the experience you get in life. And that is something which cannot be easily seen, but the knight feels it. This knight, mark that knight, guys. It might be the one that would help white win the game. Okay. Let's see now, what does black do here? He goes queen to c8. And his idea is to exchange this bishop here. Bishop a6. Knight e5. He puts his knight on in the center. Rook comes to e8. Queen comes out. Oof. Is Nihal actually looking at this square with his knight and queen? Knight comes to e6. And now the bishop drops back. Knight to g5. Asking the queen to leave here. Nihal drops the queen back. Bishop a6. Offering a trade. And now Nihal is thinking, I think you can trade. No? Parth Parya says, when you become a chess GM, that day I will sleep properly. Parth Parya, if your sleep is dependent on me becoming a GM, maybe for the rest of your life, you might have to be okay with not so good sleep. Sir, I have a new idea. I will watch your stream while doing my math. Arey, good. Continue. Then if you don't do well tomorrow in the exam, don't blame me. Okay. Bishop takes a6 here. Queen takes a6. And now Nihal will take an endgame time. Okay. How do we play endgames? In such endgames, 8 pawns on the board. First, Nihal tries to pressurize the c5 pawn. He wants to provoke c4. C4 provoking it could be to his advantage, because then he will put pressure on the d5 pawn. And the moment you protect it, suddenly the knight is hanging. So you have the tactic. And so how do you play in endgames? In endgames, you latch on to weaknesses. You see where is the weakness and you try to maneuver your knight. So Nihal sees the weakness is d5 pawn. So he's trying to maneuver his knight this way. Bishop knight d3, knight b7. MVL puts his knight here. Now again, guys, did you see that? How Nihal gets his king into the game. It might not be the best move, but it's a constant pattern. It's not a random stuff he does, like activating his king. In fact, we can have all sorts of games of Nihal where he activates his king in very interesting manner. Now, I do get a feeling that Nihal will slowly start expanding on the king side. Shresh Sharma says, it's 1:40 a.m. here in Malaysia, but the obsession for chess wants me to wake up and watch this match. Watch it. Watch it. Because I think Nihal is in good form. He's playing well. Although he lost the last game, it was a tough fight. Okay, King E2, MVL plays E6. Now Nihal pushes the knight and he pushes his pawn. Slowly, steadily. Hole se, dheere se, aaram se. He's going to play now F3. You know, Nihal won't go G5. There's no rush. Because a threat is stronger than execution. You don't execute a threat unnecessarily. Okay. Sometimes, you know, guys, Nihal does make fun of me. G5 G5 played in the position. It's also a great move. I thought Nihal would play F3 because he's generally like very calm and cool. But okay, knight goes back to D7. Now the H file is open. So imagine this scenario that the bishop somehow gets traded here. Then the rooks will double down on the H file. Okay, knight goes back to D8. What is MVL doing? MVL wants to control the E5 square with more of his pieces. So currently, if you see, let your powers combine is happening on the E5 square. Everyone's fighting for it. It's like one of those very, very strategic spots on the chessboard. Like how in the world map, there are these very strategic spots in the world where everyone wants control of, you know, oh, oil is here, we really need to fight that spot and so on. That's how this E5 square is. Everyone wants a piece of it. Okay. We don't rush. We will see who wins the battle for the central supremacy. Now, maybe we go Rook H1 at the end. Let's see. What does Nihal play? I like how Nihal takes his time. 1 minute 40 seconds. 1 minute 25 seconds for MVL. Oh, knight jumps to E5. Nihal quickly gets his knight in, but I think he will go knight C6, right? He will... Oh, but Nihal is smart because if you go knight C6, he wants to go knight D7 and come to F6. Ooh... Tough position for MVL already. And you know, ऐसे ही, we don't even understand how did black go wrong. And this is why Nihal Sarin is very good positionally. It's also the reason why he doesn't win too many games in classical chess. Because in classical chess, it's very difficult to outwit your opponent through this style. But in the long term, I think it's a very good style. Where you are not really... playing very, aggressively. Rook H1, it's a positional style. Okay, now, what is black going? I guess he'll go knight C6, but he will be afraid of the fact that the H file could become very dangerous with the bishop at some point settling down and exchanging here. And also, I believe Nihal would never trade this knight. He might go to G4 and keep that knight alive to look at these weakened squares. So the knight here, the bishop angling towards the central square and the rooks doubling and the king tries to flee. He tries to run away, but you cannot run away because if you run away, suddenly you give up this square and Nihal plays another brilliant move, knight here, and now just move the bishop out. Bishop G3, bishop H4, let's go to H7. That's a very powerful square. Will Nihal also be tempted to actually trade this? But I think right now we shouldn't trade. Yes, bishop F4, brilliant. Rook H7. Now Rook G8 played. Okay, he goes Rook H1. MVL goes back and now bishop C7. Nihal attack this pawn. There is no one who can defend it. That pawn is somehow on the other side. You know, you've controlled this side of the board. Now let's go on the other side. Bishop C7 is the move you are looking for. Will Nihal play it? Yes, finds it. What a move. If the rook is tied down there. No, I hate this rook. Oh, take it. Take it. And oh, guys, look at this beautiful variation. Take. Boom! Rook is trapped. Bishop e5. Rook is going to die there. A brutal death awaits that rook. Will Nihal find this move? Not easy. Not easy. Take it, and then move in with your rook. That is just unbelievable tactic. Oh, fight Nihal Sarin. Oh, he goes knight f6. I was thinking he'll go rook h8, but knight f6 equally brutal because now the rook cannot move. What a game. What a game, guys. Nihal Sarin is just another level today. Bishop takes pawn and he wins. Resignation. Oof. Man, you know what? Bishop c5 and rook h8 was mating. Oh, what a game. I loved it. Absolutely loved it, guys. You really need to be a big, some kind of person like positional chess at the highest level. If you love positional chess, that was an epic game. Okay, let's go back. Today, Nihal Sarin has chosen the Petrov defense to fight with the black pieces. Take, knight takes, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop e7, castle. This time MVL doesn't castle long, he goes short. So maybe this is one of those more sort of solid Petrovs. Knight c6, cd, queen d5, queen in the center, slightly shaky knight there. But when the knight will jump to c3, you can take it. So how is white going to play here? I'm going to update the score. Nihal on 2 points now and MVL on 1. Ooh. Sir, I have an exam day after tomorrow. What should I do? Watch your stream or math? Bhai, Nihal Sarin is playing at another level and you want to study. Study after some point, man. Come on, today is the day to watch this match. Now bishop f5. Nihal is going to defend his knight in the center. Yes, good move. Good move. Okay, what is white going to do? Will he go knight c3? But then I take, pawn takes, and then I trade. I think this is all well-known stuff. Also, guys, look, the rook is looking at this bishop, but the knight is defending it. And always, this is one thing to remember for all the people in the chat who have been, asking me how to improve at chess. We are not improving. One rule in chess, which you should just put in your head is, if a piece is undefended or loosely defended. Now, what is loosely defended? If you attack once and it's defended once, then it's already loosely defended. Like this one is attacked twice and defended twice, which means this can become a tactical target. Also, if this is attacked once and defended once, it's also possible to become a tactical target. Then you have to be alert for tactics. Now, bishop comes here and attacks the undefended pawn on c7. How do we defend it? Can we move our rook here? Maybe. If we move our rook here, then all of a sudden the queen jumps in. And the queen, now the tactics begin. Because after I take, all of a sudden the knight is hanging and you don't know what to do. Earlier you could have pulled your knight back and then defended this bishop. But now with the bishop here, you can't do it because bishop takes. And now if you take the bishop, I take your bishop. So you see the tactics flow from undefended pieces. This is the one thing that there are few things you have to take back home today. Okay. First is undefended pieces and loosely defended pieces are tactical targets. The second thing you take back home is Nihal Sarin's. I want you to write down. What is it? He goes bishop b4. Good move. Attacks the rook. Counter attack. Rook comes up to e3 and now Nihal has to worry about this pawn. What is the thing that we are going to learn today? Not calculation. Guys, Nihal Sarin's little moves, says Rakshit. Yes. But there's one thing which we were talking about for so long. What does Nihal Sarin do really well with his king? His king play is what we have to learn today. Rook d8. Okay, rook d8 played. Now what happens if I just take this? Well, Nihal is okay to give up that pawn because he will move his rook and he will move his rook here and try to put pressure. He's fine with giving that up, which is very, very interesting decision by him. It's not a bad move, but an interesting decision nonetheless. And I think he must take here. No, he doesn't. He goes queen e2, which is a mistake according to the engines. Because 1, 2 and 3 pieces attacked. Right now you have 2 defenses only. So the knight has to move or you have to defend it with your rook. But guys, now Nihal's tactical brain will switch on. He will say to himself, look, I can move my knight back. That's okay. That's a good move. But I also have a trick. I can hit the pawn and I can hit your queen. So once I take, you have to take it back. I take back. Now you might wonder, oh, but isn't the knight hanging? Well, I take, you take, I take. And what is the winning move here? I want at least 100 people in the chat who are watching this but doing math and sleeping and eating. Please leave everything and tell me what is the winning move here for black to play. Let's go, guys. Don't play queen d1. No. Queen d1 walo. This is not what you have to play. Oh no. Queen f1 and white wins. You had to find queen takes e4 takes and mate here. Let me see who are the ones who found queen takes e4. We have Shaurya, Samir, Shaibi, Viresh, Jobin, Zwelop, Prahlad, Shubham, Dilwar Singh and Pavel. Good job, guys. You guys were alert while the other people who said queen d1 were all eating, solving math and doing other things. Nihal takes the pawn, knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes, bishop takes. Knight comes out to c3, which is a good move here. And now this is what top players do. They are very difficult to beat. Why? Because if you take here, terrible move, then I take here, okay? I hit your queen and you lose your bishop. Ye to bahut hi ghatiya. Very bad, very bad. Don't take it. But then you say, okay, I'll move my bishop back. You know, I'll do that. But then you lose your pawn and the position is equal. So Nihal has to actually find the move here, bishop d3, which is a counter attack to the white queen. He has to move his bishop in here and hit the queen. Or he has to play bishop c6. Now, why is bishop c6 an important move? The finds it because the bishop looks here and the queen attacks this bishop. Now, MVL is of course going to chop this pawn. Yes, he chops it off. And now Nihal can play rook e8 supported by the bishop. Again, phenomenal move. Must killer. Must. Okay, now what do you do about the rook is the question. Creative name says drink water. Yes, water and all is here. I also have buttermilk which I'm going to drink in the break. Bishop e5 hitting the queen. This bishop is looking at the g2 square. You know, g2 bhai, guys. g2 bhai, we have to find some way to attack it. I think queen can lurk around. There, he goes queen d7, which is also fine. Good move, all under control. Black has the bishop pair in an open board. Now queen f5. Nice move. So definitely you can keep playing here as black. Although the position looks equal, you want to continue. You want to continue this game because you have the bishop pair. But it's also very tough to keep this advantage going. It's like this flame is burning. You have to keep your hands like this because wind is coming from here and it might extinguish the flame. So you go slowly. You build it up. But you have only 41 seconds while your opponent has 1 minute 51 seconds. Queen coming to f5. Looking at the bishop. MVL thinking what to do. Because, you know, nothing's hanging for the time being. It's very cool position because, you know, the rook and queen both defend it. But, guys, the bishop will drop back, suddenly attacking the rook and this bishop will be in trouble. So, I think the best move is to pull the bishop back to d4. But he was h3. Ooh, what is his idea? Can I just simply not his plan? He wants to move his bishop back. How does Nihal Sarin continue? You know, Nihal, his style is that back rank problem hai na. At some point, my king might get back rank mated. I will move my h6 pawn. That is Nihal Sarin for you. I think he will go h6 or h5. These two moves are typical Nihal Sarin moves. He goes rook e6. Okay, also a little move to double the rooks. Or the rook goes here. That's not so little anymore. That's actually an aggressive move by Nihal Sarin. Okay, rook comes up. Let's see now. What does he do? Bishop d4. Okay, rook g6. Bhai, chalo, Jitu bhai, attack. Why did he take that? What was the reason, Nihal, to take that knight? That knight was doing nothing, no? You can just move your rook here. Maybe he was afraid that the knight would sit in the center of the board. Perhaps that's why he wanted to get rid of it. But now, after bishop takes, pawn takes, he now moves rook. And what Nihal is telling his opponent is that in opposite colored bishop positions, it is very important to have attacking chances. But here, I don't believe that there are attacking chances. You know, now the king is safe. But Nihal keeps the queens on. He wants to enter here with his rook. And once the rook comes here, the g2 pawn. We have been talking about g2. Oh, what? He's taken here. His idea was rook e2. There was a back rank mate. So Nihal removes the back rank threat. And he's threatening rook e2. But can MVL play rook e1? No, bishop comes back. Queen comes in. He's attacking the c3 pawn. Nihal has 4 seconds on the clock. MVL has 30 seconds. Queen comes to d2. Rook a8. Putting pressure on the a2 pawn. What do you do? Rook a1. Oh, that's passive. He goes rook e8. Nihal very quick to move. Rook e1, rook a8. Okay, draw. No. MVL says no draw. I want to fight on. MVL's ambition here might lead to his downfall. We do not know. Bishop d4, or it may even give him his win. Queen d5. Right now, Nihal is leading the match 2-1. And we are, if this game ends, we will finish it. Like the halfway mark will be reached. 45 minutes and we'll have a break. Oh, we are in an endgame now where MVL has an extra pawn. But once again, it is very close to a draw because opposite colored bishops. And one extra pawn is no big deal. And the king is also cut off. This can become risky. Oh, he exchanges. Imagine this rook moves away. Then bishop g2 and some mate. So need to be careful here. Need to be careful. Rook e2, bishop d5, rook f2. Oh, he's attacking here. Nice move. Rook trade is a draw. Oh, he goes here and he's attacking here. Nihal defends it. Rook comes in, bishop e4. I was wondering, bishop c4 was better because then you would have gone, oh, MVL won? What? He won on time. Nihal Sarin lost on time. What? Nihal Sarin lost on time. Guys, this is maybe first time ever that I'm witnessing Nihal losing on time. Sannata. Unbelievable. 2-2 is the match. No, this match is just crazy. Very interesting match. 2-2 is the score. Oh. Well, we are now at the halfway mark in the 90 minutes of 5+1 segment. But दोस्तों मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? If मजा आ रहा है तो like दबा दीजिए. Press that like button and also subscribe to ChessBase India because we are going to bring in lot more stuff that is coming up this month. We have right now Asian Junior Championship which just ended today. We had Tejaswini winning in the women's section. We also in the in the girls section under 20. In the open section we had Grabnev who became the champion, but Aswath from India became an IEM today, so that's good news for India. Then I'm going to Amsterdam along with Amruta where we have the Levitov chess. Then we will be covering the Qatar Masters, the Asian Games, the FIDE Grand Swiss. There is a lot of action coming our way, and if you are excited to play chess and you want to get a chessboard where you can move your pieces, then well, this is the time for you to get the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set. Check this out.
Is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55 by 55 high quality vinyl board with notation, the ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherized finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India premium chess set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Okay guys, that was the ChessBase India premium chess set. If you want to get it, it's the first link in the description. The second link for you is the ChessBase 17 and the third link is ChessBase 17 plus Mega Database, which are the most important products of ChessBase. Whenever you want to become a serious tournament player, you can get them and start preparing with it. Okay, match is very even. But I feel that Nihal is playing slightly better than MVL. You know, the reason for that is that he's able to create chances and MVL is making some tactical errors. However, MVL's experience is a lot. So he will not collapse like some inexperienced player. And that is why for Nihal, it is important not to collapse himself. And that's what is very important. Shriram said, how do you categorize the strength of Prag, Gukesh, Arjun and Nihal? Meaning their positional versus strategic play. With the advent of engines, do you feel positional play is more relevant now? So my feeling is, and I'll try to answer this in the 2 minutes that we have. Nihal is highly positional. You can see it in his play. He is tactically sharp, but he is sharp only when needed. You know, like if you look at his games, they are all very positionally sound. He will not go for rash moves and so on. Arjun, on the other hand, if you saw his match against Nepo yesterday, it was a wild, crazy game. Arjun has the ability to imbalance play in any kind of positions. So if you are looking for a killer, then that's Arjun for you. What is Gukesh? Gukesh, I feel, is a creative genius. He can create stuff on the board. Like, he has this ability. You give him you give him atta and he will make a roti. Okay. Sometimes he will also make pizza and he's able to convert those things. You know, I would say he's strategically very deep. Prag, on the other hand, I would say is the most universal of them all. Like, you give him an attacking position, he will attack. Look at his games against Maxime Lagarde or for that matter, Ferenc Burkesh from the World Cup. Brilliant attacks. But then he can also press brilliantly in quiet positions like David Navarra. He played against them. So I would say Prag is very universal. So Nihal positional, Prag universal, Arjun tactical, and Gukesh strategic. You know, somehow I would put it there. And also Gukesh very good at calculation somehow. I think the best among the lot when it comes to wild positions for calculating. For creation of wild positions, I would still go for Arjun. You know, if all these four combine to play a game, that would be like a dream team. Okay. Rakshit says, off topic, wanted to share. Today in Solana Hacker House, a movie on young kids who are great developers and made it big was premiered called Super Teens, made by Super Team Tanmay Bhatt Devia. It was very motivating to see it, and after that, I have only imagined the impact the chess documentary that is being made will have. Yes, and I'm actually looking forward to it. The chess documentary by Biswa and the game has started, and Prashant, who are working very hard on it. The game has begun. Nihal opens with d4. Well, why are they not playing? Is there some problem or what? Ah, okay, the game has restarted. D4, D5, knight comes out, bishop F. Oh, he goes C3. And Nihal had once explained to me that it is wiser to go C3 than bishop F4 in the London. You start with C3 because with that you are not worried about C5 because you can take this pawn and then save it. Okay, so these are some of the ideas which you can try. He goes C3, bishop F5, and now instead of playing bishop F4, he makes use of this B7 weakness and brings his queen out. Queen C8, pawn pushes in the center, pawn to C4. He goes E6, pawn takes, knight C3. We saw this actually previously as well. Bishop F4, bishop E7, pawn up, castles, H3. This was game number 2 or 3, you know, there the same opening happened. Knight comes out, A3, stopping the knight from coming here. And this is the position, rook E8. I believe Nihal has a very nice position here. He has prepared this line, very interesting line, yeah, this C3, C4, losing a tempo and still playing it. I think MVL has not been able to equalize cleanly yet. Bishop E2. Okay, bishop goes back and he wants to trade it here this time. Bishop C7, I believe he'll take it. Oh, guys, tactic alert. Bishop takes, rook takes, take here, and now what's the tactic? Quick. White to play before Nihal does it. Come on. Oh, Nihal played it. But I believe some of you might have found it before him. Yes, Samir Sinha. Very quick. Takes. If you would have taken here, the queen was hanging. Okay, queen takes d5, bishop e4, and Nihal is a pawn up. Okay, let's go. He goes queen c5. Why is Nihal letting him open up the king? Take. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he thinks he can just play f4, tuck his king away to the side, and then play rook g1. That seems like his idea. Okay, rook comes up to e6. I think f4 is a must because then you can put your king on this square. Right now, the queen is looking in that direction. So f4, good move, Nihal, good move. f4 played. Okay, queen d7. King h2. Let's go. This is Nihalish position. Nihal is going to grind it like. Maza aa raha hai. Pawn up hai. Good position. King h2, rook g1. I think he'll do this. But maybe Nihal has some other way to play. I don't know. Well, the threat is rook g6, no? Check and then looking at this pawn. Although Nihal might think, when you give a check, I will move my king. Why should I move it beforehand? You know, khali fokat kyun? But move kya hai tumhare paas? What is your move? If you go king h2, you want to play rook g1, rook g3, bring the other rook up. Yes, exactly. King h2, good move, Nihal. Rook h6. Oh, this was the idea, guys. Rook h6. He wanted to attack here, but Nihal blocked it with his pawn coming up, and he went rook here, threatening here to win this pawn. Now Nihal's only move is queen e5. Finds it. Because if you play this, I go check, and you have to trade queens. So therefore, MVL stops it with his rook back. Now you have no check, threatening here to win this. What do you do? Think, guys, think. Rook g1, threatening a mate. Isn't that the best move? You know, mate hai, to acha hai. Why should we not play it? Rook g1. Let's give a new life, a new g1 to the rook by going to g1. सौरभ पिटाले से सागर भाई आज क्या खा के आए हो दोस्तों? नहीं खाने में ही तो एनर्जी है दोस्तों, खा के तो नींद आती है. ऐसे पूछो कि आज क्या नहीं खा के आए. Rook a8 and now queen f4 is actually the best move. Very tough, no? I mean, here if you push your rook, then I can bring my rook here to defend. It's not easy. But Nihal is thinking. He's thinking here. Oh, he goes rook g1. That's the most human move. f6. And now rook d5. He goes take. Rook e8. Very quick moves played. MVL wants to come here and attack both these pawns. MVL is making it tough for Nihal. And also, this queen is nicely posted on the d file. I want my rook to challenge the queen, but somehow I can't because the queen controls the d1 square. Also, the g7 pawn is juicy and weak, but somehow it's very tough to attack with just 2 pieces. So we need a new way to get our pieces together, which is not at all simple. Here, guys. It is tough. He goes b4. Nihal defends his pawn chain here. Okay, but after take, don't you think that this rook will come and attack this pawn? What is our way of what? a4? MVL says, I want to create a weakness on the a3 pawn so that I'll go and take it. But MVL, if you go and take that pawn, what are you going to do about g7, which is your weakness? So actually, this move is an over-ambitious move. It is like, you're working in a company and your boss says, when will you finish this job? And you will say, sir, by tomorrow I will finish it. The work is actually 5 days of work, but you say tomorrow. And this pawn is the same guy. He, instead of saying, I'll take 5 days, he said, I'll do it in 1 day. He pushes the pawn. But in the end, he's going to struggle. He's going to create a chaos, not just for himself, but the entire team here. Queen and Rook are like, अरे भाई, अब क्या हमको जाना पड़ेगा तेरे लिए यहाँ पे attack करने को? But that pawn is an ambitious guy. Someday he says, guys, listen to me. If you will win this pawn, I can win you the game. Let's see if this works out. Nihal goes rook g4. Nihal is saying that I'm going to activate my rook from this side. Interesting, because guys, if the queen goes back and the rook comes in, he's attacking here and Nihal finds this move. Queen d4. Interesting. But can you not just win this pawn now? Isn't the f5 pawn hanging? But then you are risking it, check from below. You are exposing your underbelly there. Queen d8. MVL has to trust his calculations in 2 minutes 36 seconds while Nihal has only 54 seconds. Good time for MVL to think, because guys, if he takes the queen, rook takes pawn, and now just simple king g2 is going to win the game for white. You might ask why? Isn't the pawns equal? Well, the problem is rook is going here and chopping this off. Khatam. That's over. So that's the reason why you shouldn't get tempted to take the queen. That endgame is just utterly lost. Queen c7. He's put his queen here, attacking this, and Nihal goes king g2. Another way of playing this position was to put the queen here, but he went king g2. Now he took the pawn, queen d1. Okay, what was the point of queen d1? He wanted the rook to come here, and also this guy. Remember, the over-ambitious guy. He's going down. But for the time being, rook comes back to g3, and I think black is in the game. Yeah, you are losing this pawn. There's no way to defend it. But at the same time, this king does not feel safe. Somehow, queen f7, brilliant move here by MVL. And his point is, if you go and chop this pawn off, he wants to go queen a2 and attack f2. Nihal has to not fall for this trick. He must play queen c2. Very calm move, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, defending the second rank. That's what he has to do. Dheere, breathe. He goes pawn to e4, okay? He wants to get this rook. What about rook f4? I think this position is now equal. Yeah, rook e5 is also fine. Queen d4, but it seems like black is slowly taking over. Pawn on a4. Smiling. He's like, bola tha na, karenge kuch dhamal. Still alive. Okay, king at 7. Queen e6. Rook comes to e3. Okay. Why is Nihal low on time tonight? Dipankur Anand. Nihal is generally never ahead on time. What Nihal does well is that when he has low time, he's able to play well under time pressure. But I don't think he's ever like racing ahead on time. Now, this is a bad move because rook f5, there is an attack on f2. It's a tough move to find for black to attack this pawn here. But if MVL finds it, it's not so easy for Nihal to defend this pawn. On the other hand, he took the pawn and his point here was to give a check. And I think maybe it's a draw. h4. Oh, check. Rook g6. Oh, blunder. Queen b1 is a mate or what? Queen b1, king e2, but where's the mate? Okay, queen b1 check, he found it. King e2, queen c2 check now. Okay, Nihal will go back. Oh, but then there is queen d1. He goes king e, mate ho gaya. He got mated. He just forgot about the mate. Nihal Sarin. But I think he was anyway losing because after queen d1, you have to put the rook in, check, and then h3 pawn is hanging. Nihal loses that. MVL is winning 3-2 ahead in the match. Aryan Chavan sends a super chat. Sagar Sir OP, thank you so much, Aryan, for your super chat there. And right now, MVL has taken the lead in the match. What is interesting about the match is that 5 games have been played, all of them decisive. Okay, e4, c6. Karo Khan played by Nihal. He was playing e4, e5. But now the moment he went back in the match, instead of Petrov, he shifts to Karo Khan, which is a slightly more punchy opening. You know, you want to punch, counter punch. e6, bishop e2, check. Check. Generally, main moves are knight d7, knight e7 and c5. But he goes check and playing some tricky line here to confuse his opponent. Take. Nihal is happy. Take, castle, rook e1, bishop c7, bishop d3. He takes. This is a pawn weakness, but the rook defends it. And now, if you can get a successful e5, why not? You are a happy camper here. If you get e5, it's a good deal. Le lo. Acha deal hai, le lo. Because e5 just equalizes the game. Did Nihal play it? No, Nihal played h6. Oh, guys, mistake by Nihal it seems. Why is this a mistake? White to play. Can you tell me what is wrong here? What is the move for white? It's a tactical move. Jairaj says, bought premium chess set, Sagar Shah. Jairaj, you are going to enjoy playing on it. Thank you so much. Amai Kathale. Queen g6 would mean that somehow this is hanging. No, bishop. You can't give it. Yes, bishop takes h6 is the best move, I felt. You know, take here, check. And maybe king h8, Nihal was okay with this position, with the knight coming in. But then you take here and you already have 3 pawns for a piece. And also the king is slightly exposed. So it's not a clear position. And I think MVL, after calculating it for some time, did not like it. So he went back. Nihal played his queen up. Knight h5. There's something fishy about the way Nihal is playing this. Queen f7. Take. It is fishy, but at the same time, it can become vicious. Because if I get a timely e5, then I would have a very, very massive center control, and then I could push my pawn to e4. So that's the reason why, that's what Nihal is thinking, that's what he wants to do. And he's right now going to think a bit. My worry, personally is that after take, let's say you take HG or FG, both look interesting because FG opens up the F file. Okay, I take with the H pawn. Now you break in the center, right? You want to push your pawn forward, but there is a weak square now. Which is the weak square? Can anyone tell me in the chat which is the weak square? Yes, Samir Sinha, Ryan, Harshit Arora, Peanut Butter, Naman Poddar, Dhanish Salyan, Mittu Mohan. Very good. This is the weakness. So you can actually jump with your knight here. And even if he pushes his pawn, you shouldn't be afraid because the queen comes here, places itself here, knight jumps in here, pawn comes up, other pawn comes up, king moves up, rook comes here, game is over. So this is what weakness can do in your position. Very careful, be very careful here. Nihal pushes the pawn without the trade of bishops. And maybe it's slightly superior, but look at MVL. You know, grandmasters are like, vampires for weaknesses. You know how vampires are always looking for blood? Same way, grandmasters are looking for weak squares. The moment they see a weak square, they are like, whoa, kahan pe hai weak square? You know, they just jump in. And now you can see how this queen and knight are looking on these weaknesses. MVL is actually turning the heat on in this match. And I think if Nihal loses this, he will be under a lot of pressure. He will have a 2-point deficit in the match. Rook e3. The other rook will then move in. You see how he's not even touching those pawns and he's just playing around it quietly. Okay, Nihal takes here. Take back. And he's like, if you take here, I will take. And now I will come here and attack. Okay, Nihal says this pawn is weak. But I think the bishop just sits here. Bishop sits here. Okay, he goes back with the queen. Why? The queen said, knight bhai, aapke liye. Making space for you, please. The knight jumps here and now Nihal wants to get here to attack this. He stops it. Knight jumps here. King comes up because time is still 2 minutes. Why are they blitzing out so much? Knight f5, king h7, rook f1, queen e6. Oh my goodness gracious. This is over. This is over. Queen is entering now, guys. Bishop f4. 1, 2, 3. Bishop here, rook here, idhar aa gaya. Amazing, right? Amazing. Rook d8. Okay. Nihal still trying something. Trying. Pata hai what he's trying? I can tell you. He wanted to go knight e7 to challenge the knight, but his rook was hanging. So he moves his rook away. And now very quickly moves his bishop. So again, if you try to challenge, you will lose this pawn. How do you defend this pawn? The only way is queen, offering a queen trade. No one in their right mind is going to exchange the queens here. But now he brings the queen in for the defense. And now, guys, when you are attacking and when you have 3 pieces into the attack, that generally should be decisive. But if it is not, and you have a 4th piece waiting at your home, call him. You say, R-O-O-K. Call that piece. Hello, Rook bhai. Can you join us into the attack? Yes, sir. Rook F3, Rook G3. Game over. That's how you finish off games. But when you bring in one piece in... Oh, he goes knight H4. Also good. Actually, Rook F3, the point was if you went knight E7 here, trying to trade, there was this tactic. Bishop takes, and now Rook G3, I was wondering, but you go Bishop H6, Queen takes H6, and Queen E6, attacking the knight, threatening Rook H3 and winning the queen. Slightly tough to see this, even for a very strong GM like MVL. So he goes knight H4, Queen H5, and then now, what do you do? Queen h5. Bishop comes here. And now, oh, he takes the pawn. He takes the pawn, but maybe some relief here. The bishop might start seeing the light of the day. Bishop g7. धनीश सालियान से सागर भाई धक धक हो रेला है. अरे धक धक मत होने दो. अभी तो ये गेम तो गया है. This game is not really that possible for Nihal to save. सज्जल कुमार जी कह रहे हैं सागर भाई आप आकाश चोपड़ा का कमेंट्री करियर खा जाओ. भाई आकाश चोपड़ा तो बहुत बड़े कमेंटेटर है, उनका क्या करियर. Shriram says, Sagar, in online, even 2200 players do d4, e5, and then f4 as white. And as black, they do d5 after e4. Why do we not see such openings at the highest level? Are these viable tactics in short format only? Well, generally, you don't play such risky openings at top level because the level of defense, counter attack, and all of that is very, very high. So Nihal goes bishop g7. And that's why when you play openings, you want a very stable foundation for your game. Oh, rook f5. Nihal has a chance. Queen e2. Nihal, let's go. Let's go. Why? Because now, yes, finds it. Good move. The right move here, by the way, was going back rook f1. But he goes rook f5, queen e2, bishop e5. And now, suddenly there is a chance. No, knight e7. There is rook f2. Oof. You know what was the way to draw this game? Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, and now a very classy move, rook takes. Because if you took here, it's a mate. That was the thing that was missed perhaps by Nihal there with very little time. He went back and now he's winning. Okay, just bishop takes g7 should be winning. 30 seconds for MVL to figure this out. He takes, check, check. And now it's mate. Queen e6. Oops, queen e6 check. Yeah, king h8. And now takes and resigns. Because after king g8, there is check here. King h8, queen f6, king g8. And somehow you're going to lose the rook and the game. So that was another loss for Nihal Sarin. MVL showing why he is world-class player. Oh, look at what Nihal is doing. You know, he went d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c3, c6, queen c2. Stopping the bishop coming here. Okay, g6, because the bishop anyway wants to come here. Bishop f4, bishop g7, e3, queen b3 played, queen b6, c4. Man, Nihal has developed his entire system with this c3 move, man. What sort of lines has he prepared? And from where has he prepared that? (4-2) is the score now. Sir, chess or maths? Indian Kabilam says, what should I choose? Clearly, you are making a choice for chess, Kabilam, by asking here. Otherwise, you would have been asking your maths teacher right now, sir, maths or chess, if you would have been loving maths. Okay, h5. Bishop e2. Aniket Pagare says, Sagar, how do I get to know about chess tournaments in Mumbai? Aniket, tomorrow you should come to the chess club. Over there, you will meet people. There's also a WhatsApp group that we have where you can be a part of. Once you are a part of that WhatsApp group, every week there is one of our subscribers here and one of our moderators on this channel, Narendra ji. He puts out a circular saying what are the tournaments of the week or the fortnight, 15 days. And that's what you get there. By the way, guys, this position which you have on the board is a very, very dangerous position for black. I'll tell you why. The reason why this position is dangerous for black is this bishop is doing absolutely nothing on g7. It's limited by these pawns in the center, while white's pieces are doing quite a lot of work. So if white slowly, and here's one very nice plan. You go b4, okay? Then you put your knight on d2. Then you put your knight on b3. Then you put on knight on a5. And then you attack this. And it's so weird. How to defend that pawn is not easy because rook c7 or rook b8 both are controlled by this bishop. So this is a very, very good maneuver that you must remember in such positions when you are playing. Yeah, Ryan says c5 b4. Ryan, I would also say c5 b4 might be an idea. But now first let's start with knight d2. I think it's a good move, knight d2. Oh, he goes c5, Ryan. He's playing your idea. Knight f8, b4, b4, knight d2, guys. Knight b3, knight f. So MVL understands these things very quickly. Yeah? He's moving his knight and he wants to break in the center or maybe take this break. He cannot let Nihal's knight just sit here. So if you go knight d2, my idea is that MVL wants to go here, but this is a terrible move. Yeah, like take, knight takes. I thought this was okay, but a6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, you can't play it. Sorry. Knight d2 played by Nihal Sarin. Nihal's knights moving like the knight, slowly and steadily. No, now just play g4, Nihal. Yes, g4, very important move, because if you went knight b3 and you thought, oh, this is a nice move, but then boom, in the center, and suddenly after this the bishop is smiling because it's doing a job now. It has a job. But after g4, at g4, at g4, this bishop goes back and this bishop is crying because it says, I need this pawn to move forward. So this bishop says, okay, I'm going away. I will go f6, bishop f7 and there. But that takes so much time. Now the knight jumps in to attack this pawn. And now Nihal Sarin can just play f3. Oh, बढ़िया, क्या ही खेल रहा है. And guys, remember Nihal's king f2. Chotu some move. Knight a5. Let's go. Knight a5. Take that. Or knight a4, knight b6. Juicy square. Ah, beautiful square. Let's take it. Oh, Humpy beats Bibisara in Armageddon. Arey, kya hi news diya hai. Amazing. That's also on our channel. The World Chess guys have been very cool. They've collaborated with us and we are playing the Armageddon streams on our channel of the Indian players. Yesterday, Gukesh beat Wesley So, and today Humpy has beaten Bibisara. So, it means both are Indian players moving forward. Knight a5, good move. Attacking his. Yes. Now, rook can't come here, rook can't come here, rook can't come here. Rook goes a7. This rook is just doing absolutely nothing on a7. a7 पे क्या ही जिंदगी है? It's like a terrible square for the rook. And now, guys, look at Nihal bringing the king in, king f2. And then knight e8. And oh, mind-blowing tactics. मेरा तो सर ही पागल चकरा गया है. Chakra gaya, guys. What a move by Nihal. Okay, first things first. If you take with the pawn, knight c6, take the rook, knight e7, intermezzo check. मजा ही आ गया यार, मजा ही आ गया. रूक को मारेंगे फिर इधर जाके मेट करेंगे. Okay, fine. But what about the other pawn takes? If you take with the other pawn, I take here and I jump here. Man, Nihal is too good, too good. Takes knight c6, double exclamation mark, pawn takes. भाई निहाल जो गेम जीत रहा है ना, सुंदर गेम्स. He's playing, the wins that Nihal is scoring are beautiful. And that you have to agree, guys. This one is winning now. He's exchange up. It's amazing. Amazing. Brilliant. क्या ही खेला है ना, मतलब this move, sometimes we think This is the square where never a break can occur, but sometimes it's those squares which are most firmly guarded is where the main tactics happen. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, again a double exclam. भाई निहाल ने क्या ही खेला है यार. Knight at... And if he would have played rook d8 to defend this, then pawn pushes forward. Hats off, Nihal Sarin. That was a game. Like, his wins are just epic. Epic wins. Okay, this time MVL stops going e4 and plays c4. Let me update the game, and can you believe it, guys? There have been 7 games and all of them decisive. All of them. Okay, c4, e6, knight c3, pawn up. He plays the Tarash. Knight f6, bishop here, pawn to e3, c4 played, bishop e2, knight d7, knight comes up. And yeah, one of the main things here is that if you play bishop here, maybe after queen moves or castles and f4, white seems to have a bind on the position. So Nihal has to tread carefully here about what he's going to do. He goes with this bishop to b4 and he pins the knight, and I guess he might want to take this at the right time. f4 played, but now guys, I can take and then just move my bishop here to f5, looking at these squares. Yes, Prakhar Dafre, I'll come one time to MP for sure. Prakhar, I will actually come to Indore, to Bhopal, to everywhere where there are a lot of chess things happening. We have a chess club there at the Phoenix Citadel in Indore. We also have Niklesh, who's doing some amazing work in Bhopal. In fact, there's a lot of events happening in MP. Indore also has some great events that are being organized by the MP Chess Association there by Akshat and his team. So f4 played, and I'll be there. f4. Okay. M. Tejender Reddy says, Sagar, any plans to open club in Hyderabad? Not so sure yet, but in Hyderabad, we are having the dream hack like last year that will happen on 3rd, 4th and 5th of November. So please keep those dates free. I think that's when we'll announce it soon, but you'll get to play a very strong tournament very soon. Bishop f5, looking at the e4 square. But now a very good move for MVL is to go bishop g4. And why is this a good move? Because if you take, then the knight goes back and the pin becomes a little irritating there. Let's see if MVL plays this, because a move like g4 doesn't make too much sense. The bishop just settles down on this good square on e4. Vaibhav Srivastav says, any plans for Lucknow? By Vaibhav, we are doing in Lucknow. We are doing the club in Lucknow very soon. And also, Niklesh just mentioned to me that there is a place in UP called Bijnor. There is where he's planning to do some, a very nice tournament is going to happen very soon there. Queen a5, moving out of the pin, defending this pawn in the center. Okay, now this pawn is being attacked. This is defended. If you play g4, I'll play my bishop here. Now, let's look at this variation. Put your pawn here. I put my bishop here. You take. I take with the knight. Okay, it looks great for black. But then this hangs. So in a way, you will have to take with the pawn. But then suddenly, this is not that wonderful. Although this pawn losing it is not a big deal. The rook will later on come and attack here. So very interesting position now. Queen a5 played. Will MVL play g4? He has 2 minutes 41 seconds. Nihal has 3 minutes 23. I have a feeling that after this game ends, we will have one more game. Good move. MVL finds the best move in the position. The bishop goes here. Nihal Sarin being very smart. about this. He's ready to sacrifice a pawn. Pawn takes, queen takes, and he says to his opponent that this is a weakness. I will latch on to it. And also the square in front of a backward pawn is always weak. So c3 is a backward pawn, and I'm going to put my rook on c4. And that would also be weak. Rook c1. Can we actually jump in here? No, he goes rook e8 and he puts pressure here. Wow. Another amazing positional pawn sacrifice, yeah, by Nihal Sarin. Bishop goes back now. Knight jump. Jump maro. Knight under. Kood jao. Koodo. Takes. Rook takes. दूसरे रुक को बिठाओ. Light square पे पूरा हंगामा. You see, guys, the bishop on dark square is very proud piece that it controls all the dark squares. But all the weaknesses are on light squares. Now knight b6, jump in here. No, but MVL, can we go rook c4? Actually, I really like this move, rook c4. No, he goes knight b6. What a move by Nihal. He spots that if c4, attacking the queen, he has this move, pinning. मतलब ये जो छोटे-छोटे tactics रहते हैं ना, these little tactics after c4, queen a6, these are the ones which make it exceedingly difficult to beat a player like Nihal in such formats. Now, knight to c4. Let's jump in, because if you put your knight here and he's tempted to take the pawn, then I can go back attacking the rook and attacking this pawn. It's a double attack there. Okay, very cool. Will Nihal jump in? Again, it's small but accurate calculation. That is what is important here. Knight c4, take this pawn, pull back the knight, hit the rook, hit the pawn. 2 minutes 28 seconds. Is Nihal going to find this? 1 minute 44 seconds for MVL. The match is heating up. It's 4-3 in the favor of the Frenchman, but Nihal can actually win this and make it 4-4. Why I feel Nihal has the chance to win is because the bishop is terrible. The bishop is terrible. I'm loving this match, you know. It's a very high quality match here that's going on. What is Nihal going to do? Because, you know, somewhere in your mind, if you don't see, he found it. Okay, but MVL, very smart. He takes here. Now, rook takes, then he wants to take this. But guys, this is already hanging, so you can't take this. He has to play bishop f2. But MVL is a guy who understands that if he plays bishop f2, Nihal will simply play b6 and tell MVL कि भाई तेरा position तो बहुत खराब है. So then he must take on b7. But no, he goes bishop f2 and now b6 is a very calm, cool move. Yes, Nihal plays it. b6. Light square domination. Guys, I'm really telling you, if any of you have ever studied Karpov games, Nihal's play reminds so much of him. The way in which he's playing, it's just insane. He gives this pawn sacrifices and he plays this small positional moves. I don't know if he studied too many Karpov games or what. Okay, he goes with his rook here. He's keeping pressure here. You know, white is just paralyzed. In spite of having an extra pawn, he has nothing much to do here. So he plays h3, and Nihal now has all the time in the world to find a way to break through. He goes h5. And you know what he will do? He will bring his queen here now and attack this way. Yes, see, he's brought his queen in. But now how do you? King defends it. Queen f5. Tactics will come in. Some disco here. For the time being, nothing's happening. Rook g1 seems very logical. And now will Nihal take this? Oh, can we win a pawn? Actually, you know, winning this pawn just feels like, you know, why? Because then the bishop can get activated. So I'm not a big fan of winning that pawn, but it's a healthy pawn. It's a good move. It's the best move, actually. If you take here, you will be equal pawns. Then you take this, then this pawn is weak and you have winning chances here. So that seems completely winning. $45 seconds for Nihal Sarin, 58 seconds for MVL. And actually Nihal is also, you know, sort of assessing. He sees this move, yeah, he takes it. He understands that was a good move. And but MVL can try. Oh, MVL gives up the queen but gets two rooks. turuk, 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 turuk. No, but the thing is, guys, remember this rule. When a queen fights against two rooks, one of the most important things to notice is the position of the king. If the king is weak, the queen generally is stronger. And here you also have a knight. So knight and queen form a tremendous duo. You know, the knight jumps here and the check comes in and the knight comes from here and here. This knight and queen duo are just amazing. But he goes h6. Okay, g6. Just keep it closed, no? Keep it closed. Yes, you might be a little bit worried that the rook will come here and attack this pawn. But then after here, rook e7, I can pull back my queen, defend, attack, move your knight. Oops, move your knight here and here. Did Nihal play g6? Yes, he did. Rook e7. Okay, come back, Nihal. Defend it. Defend this. Make way for your knight then to enter. Knight d6. It's also a good move. Why was it not a good move? I don't know. Queen c3, f5 now. Open up the bishop. MVL must give up this pawn. No, he goes rook g2. MVL playing it a bit too passively. Rook d7, good move. But can the knight not jump? Oh, no, but this is hanging. Oh my god, is he winning? Is he winning? Bishop h4. Oh! MVL has put a mating net here with his rook and bishop. Man, MVL! Oh, I can't believe it. From a completely better position, Nihal Sarin has got checkmated. You guys check. Knight takes, pawn takes, king up and mate. Such a tricky guy, the MVL. Such a tricky guy. Last game in this segment, MVL has taken a lead in this match of 5-3. Nihal was so close to equalizing the score there, but instead faltered there. And now we have the final game here in the 5+1 segment. Okay, d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, knight c3 by Nihal, d5, bishop f4. We have the Jobawa London, bishop g7, knight to b5, attacking the pawn on c7, knight a6, pawn to e3, castles, h3, knight e4, c3, f6, bishop here, pawn in the center, Nihal goes back, and now castles. Knight c2, well, knight d6. Somehow this position looks dangerous because maybe the pawns are just moving forward very quickly. b3, bishop f5, c4, rook a d8, rook c1, knight jumps in, and this is the live board position right now we have. Nihal goes knight e1. What is he doing? He's coming here. But somehow I do feel that after pawn takes, somehow this rook opposite the queen might be a bit too much. But this is a mistake. Knight takes and attacks the bishop. Bishop had to go back, and now bishop c7. Tactical mistake here. Takes. Nihal takes. He spots it. But guys, what is the problem? After pawn takes, if you take with the rook, the issue is... What is the issue, guys? Very quickly. Because you can't take with the pawn right there. You had to take with the rook. The pawn takes would mean the queen was hanging. But after rook takes, what is the move here for white? Yes, Sanket, very good. Sanket, Priyanshu, all those who are saying 96, just wash your face with some water. Chess script, G1, Akarsh, Neeraj, very good. 96 is just a piece blunder with bishop e6. So bishop c4 and wins. You pin and you win. So cd5, he goes c5, and now well, the pawn is actually not threatening anything. You could push your pawn to b4, but Nihal goes knight b5, which is not a good move. Queen a5, and all of a sudden Nihal Sarin's position becomes tricky. Why tricky? Because now the threat is knight d2 to fork. So you might say, can I just not go knight f3 to stop it? But then a6, and where does this knight go? Can't go here, queen takes it. Can't go here. So Nihal playing knight b5 a bit too quickly here. And now after queen a5, he goes queen to c2. What is his idea to knight d2? Maybe he's okay with giving up this exchange. He's okay with that, I think. Or he has this very cute little move b4. And you might think to yourself, what? If pawn takes, I understand the knight is hanging. But what about queen takes? The point is now the knight jumps in, attacks the queen. And once you take this, I take this and I'm slightly better as white. Okay, interesting stuff. He goes f5, which is the best move in the position. He goes a4. Okay. Again, if knight d2, I think MVL will be tempted to play this. Now, this works like a charm. b4. Can't take here, queen hang. Play this. Knight jumps in. This time you can't even take the knight. It's defended. So you go back. And now I go rook fd1 attacking the knight. King h8. MVL spotted it and he moves his king away because he wants to take this pawn and then there is no fork here. No pin. That's why. मजा तो आ रहा है मैच में गाइस, मजा तो आ रहा है. टैक्टिक्स आर लाइक ब्यूटिफुल. अगर मजा आ रहा है दोस्तों तो लाइक बटन दबा दीजिए. Click that like button and subscribe to ChessBase India. He goes knight to f3. Pawn up to a6. Now the knight goes back and nice move by MVL. You can't take this pawn because the queen takes the knight. Black is doing well here. Black is doing well. Even though white is a pawn up, black's pieces are much more active. Look at this knight. Look at this bishop. Look at the queen. All very well positioned. Take. This knight's life. It's quite sad, It's quite sad. Did you see what this knight did in its life? Can we just think about this knight? Let's just have a very quick look at the journey of this knight. Knight c3. Knight b5. Was very happy, that was his life. Like, Jawani mein, going to making good friends, everything. Suddenly faces tough times in life, has to move back. Okay, fine. Hoping that someday it will pass away. Says, yes, I want some better opportunities for myself. Then it says, okay, I will get the better opportunity. I will go here. I will do something in life. Suddenly it was all looking great. Things were changing. The boom was happening. Chess boom happened. Now he will become like a star. Everything will happen wonderfully well. Oh, actually that night went there. This night was... स्टोरी थोड़ा खराब हो गया दोस्तों. दूसरा नाइट था. वो नाइट का जिंदगी ठीक है. अभी ये नाइट... This night went this way, yaar. I thought that was that night. Anyway, guys, हो जाता है कभी कभी स्टोरी खराब हो जाती है. By the way, taking this pawn doesn't make sense because this is hanging. Knight comes to f3. Rook c8, defending this pawn. And now, what do you do next? Because this pawn is hanging for you. How do you defend? अरे दोस्तों, आराम से. Nihal hasn't progressed as much in classical as others. He hasn't played that format as much. Yes, that is true. He hasn't played much, but I don't know why isn't he playing much, because his exams of 12th ended in March. So he needs to play more for sure. And that's why we are all looking forward to him playing in the Qatar Masters. Also in FIDE Grand Swiss. That is going to be epic. Now, these two bishops, guys, these two bishops are just like those guys, who sit at home and they order things. ये होना चाहिए कल तक. ये हो जाना चाहिए. Do this, do that. These are these bishops. They don't even have to move. They just have influence. And right now, pawn pushes forward and he's like, if you take, I will take you. But then the knight goes back and he says, boom, I attack the queen and I'll take this pawn. Okay, queen goes back, pawn takes, queen takes. Okay, black is clearly better, yeah? There's no doubt about it. कोई doubt mat रखना. But the material is less on the board. So if you can't queen this pawn, it might not be easy to win. However, look at the time. 22 seconds for Nihal Sarin. That's just too little time in this position. And this might mean that at the end of 5+1, Nihal might be down 3 points. Guys, that's a huge margin, 3 points. And that too against MVL. But Nihal is kind of banking on that bullet skills that he has, right? But he cannot be like 5 points down and then go into bullet. You can never beat MVL like 5 points down in bullet. That is just too tough. Okay, now attacking this. The knight for the time being is a good blockader of the passer. But the rook is going to enter in. And hoping to trade perhaps one bishop might be a good idea. I think Nihal has defended very much. Defended well. Quite well. But let's see. Oh, he goes bishop c4. And now a brilliant move, bishop d4. Why is this brilliant? He's threatening to take here and take here. And if you take here, then comes king g8. And now I'm attacking here and here. It's too much to defend. Okay, so he goes takes, knight c4, rook takes. And you might have wanted to take this because if bishop takes, then I take here. However, the problem is I give you a check and I take the rook. So that does not work. So king h2 played here by Nihal. h5. This is just utterly lost position. But oh, he blunders. He blunders big time. Knight b5 attacks the... Bye. We'll say some chances of a draw. I think MVL wanted to give a check. But the problem with check is the king comes and attacks the rook and then you win this pawn and then it's drawish. Aha, nice. So at least the gap won't go to 3 points. It will remain 2. Grey Ninja says MVL ka time management khatarnak hai. I agree. MVL is too quick. And he makes some great decisions in quick time. I think somewhere, bishop e3, nice move. By the way, I like this bishop e3. He takes, check, king here, rook b2. And now Nihal's going to get this draw here. He has 2 seconds only though. It's very tricky. No! Blunders. You know what he had to play? Rook f3 with rook f1 ideas. But he goes here and now the problem is his king is just completely locked up. Rook f2 check. Very important check. So that king goes here. There's a disco. King को lock कर दिया जाए and mate कर दिया जाए. यहाँ पे रुक गया. Knight गया, sorry. Just when we thought Nihal would hold it to a draw, he loses and MVL strikes. 6-3, guys. Is Nihal Sarin going to lose this match? Or is he going to win? Guys, what is your take? What is the poll saying? 80% of the 3,472 votes we have got say Nihal will win. But right now the scorecard says otherwise. It's 6-3 in the favor of MVL. And guys, can you believe it? They have had all decisive games. That is how unbelievable this match has been. Now, guys, before you go away in this break and you come back in a bit, let me tell you something very awesome that is going to happen tomorrow, which is already today because it's already tomorrow in India. Now it's 12:30. So on 16th of September, this is what is happening tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Alexander Golashapov, who is a wonderful chess coach, is going to talk about secrets of positional play. It's a live stream. So if you have time, please join in because he's going to collect positions and he's going to test you. And the live stream will have answers. And there's also a special prize that will be given for all those who are there. If you give some, that prize is time with Golashapov and getting his course that he has made. and he has created 10 grandmasters. He's one of the most successful chess trainers in the world. Very, very hardworking trainer. And guys, don't miss this opportunity tomorrow at 12:30 live stream. Will you guys join in? That would be very cool if you join in. Sujit Pachade says chess equals baldness. Wow, Sujit ji, badhiya. Sujit, I would say life equals baldness because life brings this to you. Shashank says, I think if he can reach bullet section with a 2-point, at most 3-point deficit, he has a shot at victory. Otherwise, no chance. What do you think? Yeah, I also think so. 2 points, maybe. 3 might be taking it too far. योगेश says you got more hair in the banner. How? अरे भाई एक टाइम था जब अपने पास भी बाल हुआ करते थे, या फिर एडिटिंग स्किल्स भी कुछ चीज होती है, तो एडिटर साहब ने शायद से बाल दे दिए होंगे, क्या पता. If Nihal doesn't win this match, I will shave my head, will go bald. So sure Nihal will win. Bhai Rakshit Singh, please send me your photo on WhatsApp right now. I want to show the stream with your hair, and then we will then put up your bald picture tomorrow, please. Supriya Kapas says, why not Sunday? Well, on Sunday also we could have done it, but Saturday we decided to plan because that was the day available for both of us. Sagar bhai, did you see Jawan? Not really, I haven't seen here. If I get time to watch, I will first watch Oppenheimer, but now Oppenheimer is gone away from all theaters, so I need to wait till it comes on OTT platforms. पहले बाल थे, अब बच्चे हैं. वाह, अब तो बचे भी नहीं है. निहाल जीत भी तो सकता है सागर भाई. रक्षित won't have to go bald. वो तो बात सही है भाई. नहीं, मैं सिर्फ बोल रहा हूं कि in worst case if Nihal doesn't win, then we should get Rakshit to go bald भाई. अच्छा, Rakshit said sent भाई. Sent Rakshit भाई, full in flow here. He's saying that भाई ऐसा होना चाहिए ना, मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस तो ऐसा होना चाहिए जैसा रक्षित भाई दिखाते हैं यहां पे. लुक एट हिम, नॉट दिस, सॉरी, दिस वन. नाइस हेयर ही हैज, वेरी नाइस हेयर, बट ही वांट्स टू गो बॉल्ड. सो गाइस, just remove the hair and he will still look nice, but this is what is going to happen very soon. The fact says, who is more better according to you, Tal or Fisher? By facts भाई. रात को 12:33 पे 12:34 पे अभी ये क्वेश्चन पे क्यों अपन चर्चा करें कि ताल बेटर है कि फिशर. We will discuss it at some other point. अगर फोटो पुराना हुआ तो ओहो देवम, नहीं देवम जी, go to his Instagram, he's still looking this way only. He has hair. Sagar Shah trying to make his baldness gang. Wow. Guys, actually it's not a bad idea, no? Baldness gang bana de. Shri TM says, Sagar, I always feel your commentary is biased. By Shri TM, I really like how you want to start something very nice right now, some discussions on this. But biased in what sense? I just came after watching your Improve Chess series, and it's still worth it for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's good, very good advice and material there. Naren Sundar says, Sagar bhai, what's in the hair? You have the best heart. अरे क्या बात कही है. मतलब hair is, we can always grow it back, या कुछ तो कर लेंगे लाइफ में. मतलब बाल भी नहीं है तो क्या हुआ. See guys, कुछ मिलता है तो कुछ जाता है, वो तो है. अगर बाल का ध्यान रखता था मैं, तो हर रोज के 10 मिनट तो मेरे जाते थे. If I would have taken care of my hair, I would have lost 10-15 minutes. Multiply that into 10 years. Perhaps I would have had beautiful hair, but maybe I wouldn't have been talking with you guys right now. So for that, I have sacrificed my hair. So something you gain, something you lose. Yugandhar Mankar says this is the perfect time to discuss such thing. Exactly. बाल की बातें करें, फिशर और ताल की क्या बातें करें? अब हम बाल की बातें करेंगे. फ्यूचर शाह वाइब्स. Guys, game will start in 1 minute 30 seconds. I'm going to take a short break, go to the washroom and come. Meanwhile, you please watch this video. If you are looking for a chess set, this is the one. When we are back, we'll continue. It's the first link in the description. Check this out, this video.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation, the ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces. The ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Welcome back everyone. With 4 seconds to go, that was a perfectly timed video there. And guys, please check the first link in the description if you wanted the chess set. And now this was the last game in 5+1 segment. MVL has a 3-point lead in the match. 3+1 segment is going to start very soon. It will be 60 minutes long. And then we will have 1+1 minute segment for 30 minutes. It's already 12:38 a.m. in India. We have close to 1,000 people watching this. Thank you all for joining in. Let's have some fun. Black pieces for Nihal Sarin. The game is about to begin. E4. एक मिनट. E4, G6, modern defense, D4, bishop G7, bishop C4, D6. What is MVL playing this? Bishop B3. By the way, why has the timer not started? The 60-minute timer, I don't know. Queen E2 played. Today, the guy who's handling which MVL is playing this opening is like he just didn't want to develop his knights. Here he's developed bishop, queen, 2 pawns here. And Nihal quickly gets his bishop, strikes the queen, pawn to C4, and he plays C5, B5. And now, guys, open up the position. E6. Why is opening up the position important? Because white is lagging behind in development. White has not developed all his pieces. So when you play E6, your idea is to take. You can't take back with this pawn because your queen is hanging. And if you take here, then rook E8 and the queen is hanging. Good move. Nihal Sarin plays a good move. And now if you castle, then I take. You have to take with the E pawn. And now what is a very good move here for black to play? These little questions will keep you awake, guys. What do you play here? Let's see how many of you are going to find this. We have 1,000 people watching this. Yes. And all of you are actually awake and kicking. Good job. Sign. Shri Krishna, Jeevan, Rishi, Siddharth Ranadiv, creative name, Shubham, Subham, Mukun and Manikantan. Well done. That is fantastic. So knight takes d5 is hanging here because if you take here, the queen is hanging. And also there are some tactical ideas like queen e4, but they do not work because my knight jumps back and defends the rook. Okay, coming back to the game, that's the reason why MVL did not castle here. He went knight c3, but now pawn takes, rook comes to e8, and now the bishop comes up. Nihal quickly attacks the bishop with bishop h6, short castles, bishop e3, pawn takes, and now knight comes out and develops itself. So this is a very good square for the knight to sit because no pawn can kick it away. But on the other hand, if the pawn was here, I would say black is better. Doing very well. But because the pawn is here, these squares are a little too weak and the rook is very actively positioned. So queen comes up, queen f2. Well, maybe bishop here was a nice move to get rid of that bishop, which is not really a great piece. King g7, e4, and now knight jumps ahead. Knight takes, queen takes, and very good move by MVL. He wants to triple down the f file, and this is getting very risky for Nihal. Rook e7, good move. Rook f3, attacking the knight. Knight goes back to d7. Why didn't he take this pawn? This was a pawn to be taken. Because if you take here, rook takes f7, rook takes, queen takes f7, king h8, knight takes, queen takes. This seemed like an okay position, no, to play. I guess it was okay. But then you are losing this pawn. No, but MVL won. MVL won already. Knight d7, take, bishop a4, rook d8, take, check. Oh, nice move. Nice move there, guys. King takes g8, queen f8, mate. And if king h6, which is like the logical move here, then queen e3 check. And now if you play queen g5 in this position, then there is rook f4 to h4. Somehow Nihal maybe even didn't calculate this. He just felt that his position is too bad and he resigned here. His king has to move in and there are many ways to mate. Maybe knight e2 is a mate. So that's the reason why this game ended very quickly. And now we are going in to a 4-point deficit for Nihal Sarin. This is getting very, very dangerous because everyone's banking on Nihal's bullet skills, but then you can't bank so much. You need at least to pull back 1 or 2 points in the blitz. And there's no guarantee that bullet is going to work out for you. You know, it's a tricky situation for Nihal. This knight plays the same line again, which was not supposed to be that great for Nihal. But again, MVL makes a mistake. I think e4 and f5 would have been nice. But he goes bishop e6. Now Nihal takes. And I don't know what MVL had in mind because he's just plundered a pawn. Nihal has to be very careful now. Knight takes. The reason why Nihal has to be careful is because he was better last game as well. But then he somehow botched it up. But here he's clearly doing well. And now queen c2 is Nihal move. Actually, knight f3 is also a Nihal-like move, just cementing his position. The reason why this is better is because he has 4 pawns versus 2, while the majority on the queen side is a double pawn. So, oh, he comes back. Little weird there to come back with his knight, which was well placed in the center. He's played his queen to c1. Now the knight jumps in. Knight d4, attacking the bishop. Bishop moves back. And Nihal looking at the central squares with his bishop now. Bishop f3. Garvit Kalra has made a very, very sharp observation. And if he's right, I would be amazed. Whoa, Garvit, what a smart observation there. He says MVL has won all his game with white pieces. Insane. And this match has been decisive all throughout. We have had 10 games now, 10 decisive games. And somewhere Nihal went wrong. He went rook d1, which was not the best move. And now MVL's knight jumped in. It's going into this very, very weakened square right into white's camp. And it first kicks the knight away, then jumps in, attacks the queen moves up, and now setting up a deadly disco here. And suddenly Nihal is in some trouble there. Sriram Rangachari, you come up with some very interesting questions. Sagar Chess has produced crazy, nerdy, idiosyncratic guys like Tal, Fischer, Kasparov, Ivanchuk, Goryachkina. Tal, Fischer, Kasparov, Ivanchuk, Goryachkina, why? I don't know. But okay, as compared to that, Indian GMs are level-headed. As a nation, seems we are grounded. Okay, interesting observation. But he goes knight here. And now, guys, look at this tactical shot. MVL is so good. He attacks the queen, and Nihal has seen this intermezzo check. And his point here. Now, guys, think about this very carefully. If you take the bishop, I take knight f5. You take the knight, I take here with a check, king back, and a mate. Okay, that's clear. So you can't take that way. But Nihal gives a check. And his point is, if you go either here or here, I'll give you another check, defend this pawn, and then chop this and chop this. So bishop d5 forces MVL to actually move to the f8 square, only move. But it's a good move. And MVL finds it. That's why he's such a good player. And now Nihal plays his queen here to checkmate him. Okay, just look at the number of intermezzos being played here. Knight goes back. Fantastic. Stopping this check. Knight f5 taken. G takes f5. And now the problem is that if you take here, if you take knight, then I take here. But if you take the knight, which seems like a good move because then you want to pick up the knight next, he takes the rook and attacks my queen. And even if I have a check here, then the king moves up and this is lost. So that's the reason why here after king takes, rook takes, pawn to b4. Good move. Black is completely better. I think what has really helped MVL is some of his defensive things, and now I think Nihal has simply blundered this pawn, but MVL doesn't take it. He says, let me just solidify my position. He goes rook f1, king g7, queen to c1, knight comes in, and queen is now here. Okay, I can say that Nihal has decent drawing chances here, although the engines heavily favor black, but the king is weak. And in a blitz game with 15 seconds left for each side, that can be very, very tough to sort of keep your calm. Queen f2, knight attacks the queen. Queen has to move. He goes to b2, giving a check. But queen g7, nice move. Looking here, he moves the queen there, and now the queen can enter. This is a great square for the queen. He enters the other side. Nihal goes in. Both the players have to make very quick moves here. It's not at all easy. Can you go check? Oh, he makes a mistake. No, I was just wondering if he could give this check. Oh, that was the winning move actually. Takes, and I was actually able to spot it. But take, and now Nihal is back. He had to find queen a4. But Nihal won. How did Nihal win? Queen e1, queen f6, queen d1. MVL lost on time. Whoa, was this the break that Nihal Sarin needed? Was it the break that was needed for Nihal Sarin? Because now He's pulled one back there after a long time. Actually, I think after many games, Nihal wins the game here and he wins it on time. Rakshit says बाल बाल बच जाऊंगा शायद. देखते हैं Rakshit, still 3-point deficit. For all those who have joined in, one of our mods on the channel and also a person who's helped this channel a lot, Rakshit Singh, keeps his help going to make the stream very exciting. Says if Nihal loses, we'll shave off his head. So let's see if he does that. And right now the score is 7-4. But as Garvit had mentioned just a few minutes ago, one of our viewers, that MVL has lost none of his games with the white pieces. And here is another game he's playing with white. Let's see. For now, Nihal Sarin has got a decent position out of the opening. He's doing pretty well. I think you can't take this pawn because bishop takes bishop and then the queen would take the knight. Rush Boy says from 480 went to 580 low in 2 days. Arey, nice, Rush Boy. Congratulations. You can sleep after you cross 600 today. Richard Fredland says, save Rakshit's hair. Hashtag save Rakshit's hair. Okay, by the way. Oh, there was a tactic, no? One second. At 6, I was just wondering if this tactic worked. Knight e5, bishop takes, knight c6, fork, queen e8, knight takes, and now, oh, bishop c4, hitting the queen and then taking the knight. Well, sometimes you have to calculate so deeply for even this one little tactic. a5, he takes, queen takes, and now a very strong move, a4. Why are such moves strong? Have you ever wondered? Well, the reason is if you take the pawn, then I take with the queen or the rook, and then these two pawns are weak. If I push the pawn, then after pawn takes, the c6 pawn is weak. And that's the problem. And then so you need to keep it this way as it is right now. So he goes bishop f8, bishop e3, rook b8, rook d1, rook b7, knight d2, king g7, and this is the position. Oh, why not push the pawn? Yes. Knight c5, mardo, rook c8. Okay. Hitting the bishop. Now the bishop should move, but where? Bishop b4. Okay. Queen, nice. Nihal has a great position, guys. The reason why Nihal has a nice position is his pieces are well positioned. His knight is attacking this pawn. In fact, he can take here, and this might be the first game that might end in a draw. We've been talking about draws since quite some time, but actually none of the games have been ending in draws here. Oh, he's made a mistake somewhere. So he went rook e8, trying to defend the pawn. Pawn to f3, rook e6, bishop back, knight h5, rook d2. He could have actually gone rook also entering the camp, but he went here. I feel Nihal's position is fine. You know, the engine is just giving a better position for white, but I think Nihal is very happy with himself right now. Knight to f4, rook d1, rook c7. King h2. Okay, the king moves itself to the side of the board. The knight, rook, queen, all are well positioned. How to improve is the question here. Nihal goes g5. The knight is pushed back and the knight goes here. Queen d3. And he keeps the queens. He keeps the queens on the board. Risky chess. But I think Nihal has already understood that he has to take his chances. Otherwise, he might be in trouble. No, guys, I'm eating a pomegranate right now. So rook d2, rook c6, and the rook moves in. Nihal shifts his rook here with the knight, rook, and the queen looking here. This can become risky for MVL, who has 42 seconds. 35 for Nihal. Rook goes to g8. Queen trade offered. This time I think you might take it, or still Nihal will persist keeping the queens on the board. Let's see. Oh, he goes queen b3 and he gives up the pawn. He's going for the attack. Nihal taking chances, guys. Queen d5. Once again, trading the queens. And now with pawn down, you can't even rush away with the queen takes. Well, you get this very nice square for your knight. But at what cost, guys? At what cost? You are a pawn down. And this pawn is weak. So it's too much to pay. Check. King g7, bishop a3. Someday, if rook takes, pawn takes, this pawn could become very powerful. I guess. Hope still alive for Nihal Sarin. King comes up. Oh, MVL is coming in this way. He wants to attack this pawn and pawn here. Knight e6. Now this pawn is hanging. Do we push our pawn forward? Then the king comes in. Not easy. How does Nihal swindle his opponent? Rook e5. He goes here. Can he create a mating attack against this king? Very tough. Bishop looking here. Nice move by MVL. Not letting the knight move. Rook attacks the bishop now. Hey, can we take here? Because if knight takes this hanging. Wasn't it hanging, guys? Bishop g5, or was I missing some tactic? Oh, there was f6. This way. That was tricky Nihal. He would have easily swindled me. But MVL, very tough to swindle. e5. Bishop a3. Rook d7. Bishop d6. Pawn comes up. And now, this is the live board. Knight d8. Clearly white is winning now. Bishop goes back. And rook to b4. White is up many pawns, but suddenly Nihal is back in the game. Or maybe not. It's moved really back and forth. Check. Oh, forced mate coming up here. Forced mate. MVL wins. Ooh, another win with the white pieces. MVL just unstoppable with white. Unstoppable. Playing really amazing chess. Guys, is this a record in Speed Chess Championships that one side, that both players have played 12 decisive games without a draw? It's just amazing. We have 38 minutes left in this segment. Oh, by the way, did you see how MVL changed a small trick here? Because every time he was playing the move e6 here, and Nihal was taking and playing this exchange variation. But this time he took, and this is the change he's made. And I think that's the advice he got, or maybe he checked something during the break. b5, and isn't this a pawn now? This is, well, generally it's a typical sacrifice you make in such positions in order to quickly develop, like knight coming here, rook entering, and so on. But in this case, it doesn't seem like enough compensation. Bishop g3, knight b4. He wants to give a check, but now I go rook c1 seems like a good move. I was also wondering if king d2 is good. Well, maybe not, right? King d2. Somehow knight d5 is very important. No, what is the move? Check. Okay, I take. Bishop takes and this check is coming in. So maybe not king d2. I think Nihal must find rook c1. Because with rook c1, what happens is that when knight comes in, I go king d2 and I gain a tempo. He goes king d1. Interesting. Shriram says, Sagar, any news on AD? Not long ago, he was 2700 plus. Magnus tweeted the beast. And now, just around 2560, not invited for major tournaments. I think he will most likely, I mean, from what I understand, he's working very hard on his chess. And I did meet him at the World Cup where he was playing. And he did advance to, I think, round 2, where he played Daniel Dubov. And, oh, by the way, check here. King d2, knight e4 check. This is exactly what you didn't want, right? Because just imagine, after check, take, rook c1. And you might think, oh, everything's under control. But after take, and this pawn is hanging. So, but instead, MVL has gone for something very interesting. He sacks an exchange because now he can get this check in without the knights getting traded. Pawn takes, check, king e1, knight takes pawn, a3, good move by Nihal. Knight goes back and suddenly Nihal is in the game. Now, the best move was to put the knight here in the corner. But now king d2, fantastic chess by Nihal, fighting back. King is attacked. And if you go back, let's say, where should we go? Let's say here. Then I take, you take back, okay? And I go bishop f3 and I'm exchange up. I'm controlling all the squares. My rook is coming in and I'm winning. So MVL has a tough job now to find what is the best move. Not easy. I think he'll go bishop a4. No, he goes bishop b3, which is also fine. Nihal should be able to win this because he has a good position now. Also b4, if you take, the bishop enters. The position is very, very intense because black has 1, 2, 3 pieces and another piece which wants to enter. While white's knight is stuck in the corner of the board, it needs to come back. But when? Should we bring it back now? Or should we become very greedy and chop this pawn? Because look, if I take this pawn and he takes this, you might be tempted to take here. However, the problem is bishop b4 pinning this. But now comes a classy move. And I think this is a very tough move to spot. And we have around 1200 people who are sleepy right now. So I don't think you can find this move. But if you can, I will be very, very proud of you. White to play. What should white play? Very tough. Very tough. If you can even just give it up. What? Sriram Rangachari. Yes, Abhigyan Chauhan. Very good. Gautam Jaju. Devashish Upadhyay. Rook a3. What a move this is. Because if you take here, then I take this bishop. The pin is gone. And if you take here, then I go king d3. And this is attacked. This is attacked. And your bishop is kind of trapped here. If you go bishop d1, I'll just take this. Take. And white is winning this. Insane tactics. Okay. Coming back to the game. After king comes here, bishop b3. We saw till rook c1, b4. Nihal put his bishop on d3, which is a fine move. f5. Knight comes back. Nihal always loves his pieces on good squares. B takes a3. And now, can Nihal find this? Oh, Nihal did not find this brilliant idea, which is rook takes c3, bishop b4, and rook a3. How can you know? It's not humanly easy to find this. So he goes knight e5 and now rook c8, bishop a6. But the position has become very, very sharp and not so easy to play. Rook c7 played, knight d3. Both players making a lot of errors, but the game has been brilliant. Brilliant. Shailesh Sharma says, what about bishop d6? Shailesh, I think you were talking about this position, right? Here, bishop b4. If you play bishop d6, the main issue is there is a take here. Oh, by the way, Nihal won the game because something went wrong. Knight d3, rook a7, which was a huge blunder by MVL. Rook takes happened. And the question is, after this, what was the point? I forgot king c3. And if rook takes a6, there is king b3. You are a piece down. So he saved his bishop. And after bishop c4, resignation, because there's no rook c7. Bishop takes. Oh, wow. Nihal Sarin back. And we are still not in the break because it starts at 30 minutes. We were at 32. So Nihal has pulled one game back. Very, very nice game, actually. Very sharp game that was. 5-8 is the score. E4 by MVL. Now, as we've mentioned, MVL has not lost a single game with the white pieces. Will this be the first one? Knight d5. What tricky chess is MVL playing? Knight d4. Okay, bishop up. Pawn pushes the knight back. Pawn to b5. Bishop b3, a5. c3 takes. Pawn takes. Bishop e7. And he pushes his pawn forward. And where will... and now pawn is pushed ahead. So if you push the knight, then the knight moves forward and then he takes. Okay, now maybe push the pawn. Why did he not push this? He took here. Now the knight is attacked. Knight jumps in. But now isn't this pawn hanging? He took pawn to d4. This is what he's missed. Queen f3. Double attack. Guys, always remember. Loose pieces drop off. Takes. And now this is hanging. Too many things hanging. Takes. Knight cannot move because this is mate. Queen takes a8 is hanging. So maybe Nihal must take this pawn with a check. At least take one pawn. Or you can develop your bishop. But then in the end, you would be two pawns down. Oh, he takes the pawn. Now queen takes and he goes rook up. Now, if you take this, there is bishop f6 hitting the queen and the knight. So you can't take it, but the knight can jump in, attacking the queen and the bishop. This seems like the best move to play. Oh, he takes. Sorry, there was no bishop f6, right? Because queen takes f7 was a mate. So, rook f8. Okay, now the threat is to play bishop here and make a double attack. Very interesting position here. Because if you save your queen, let's say you save your queen somewhere, I don't know where. E4 makes a lot of sense, opening up the bishop. But now, Nihal can get his rook from the side into the center with rook e6, attacking the knight and the pawn. Here, if you play bishop f6, it doesn't work because queen comes here and next move I'm coming bishop f4 to save everything. So he plays, Nihal is thinking, he has 1 minute 17 seconds, 51 seconds for MVL. Oh, he went bishop f6, not a good move. Queen g3. Rook e6 and now bishop f4 is what should give white. Oh, he goes f4. Nihal's bishops look menacing, but they might not be enough. Bishop e3. Yeah, nice move. Nice move. He wants to get the rook into the game. Take, queen comes up is the point. What a match this is. And MVL's streak with white pieces has been tremendous. Tanuj says, how much of a lead can Nihal comfortably cover up in bullet? The first question is, will Nihal be able to cover up in the bullet? That is the first question. Because yes, he is a good bullet player, but you know, bullet sometimes on the day, if MVL plays well, you never know. Yeah, nice move. Bishop c5. He puts his rook here, and now his point is, if you take, king takes, he feels that the pieces are very active. So somehow, even though Nihal is an exchange down, look at this bishop looking in all directions. And this rook is not able to get into the game easily, nor is this rook. So for the time being, it's a little tricky position for MVL, but his knight is nicely perched in the center, well positioned. And the question of how many points can Nihal cover in the bullet, I believe 2 should be the one. Queen e1 takes the pawn, and now what do you do next? Rook d2. Maybe he wants to... Well, there's no threat as such because this square is guarded by the bishop. But maybe there is some knight d7 check ideas. He goes b4. And MVL plays his queen here. Some check here could happen. Queen c3. He gives a check. King goes to g2. Is there some mating attack with these two bishops? Queen h1. Oh, check here. Knight d7. Mistake. Bishop d7. And now, no, not queen h3. There was queen e1 check and picking up the rook. He's missed it. And now there are no more checks. And this is completely winning. Check. And oh, MVL wins again with white pieces. The draw here was not this check, but this check. And if you put your rook in, then this check. And if rook here, then queen g1 is a mate. So you have to go king g2, but then bishop h3. And somehow this is now a draw. Nihal losing this, and we are in a break here, guys. MVL just not letting Nihal win 2 back-to-back games. I mean, I wouldn't say Nihal is not in great form, because, you know, when you have like 2 seconds, how much can you calculate here? Like, you see this check, you see this check, you see this check. You don't have, like, you have 2 seconds, you have to make a move. You think this is fine because you give checks, but then suddenly here you run out of checks and you have nothing to play for. And this is the reason why Blitz is very, very tough. Nihal intuitively plays it well, but intuition sometimes favors you, sometimes does not. I don't think Nihal is playing worse, guys. He's playing pretty okay. He's playing pretty well. However, MVL is managing his time better. And you know, no matter how good of a blitz expert you are, when you have low time, your level of play will go down than what it was before. It will. Sign says, Sagar bhai, bishop c2, then bishop h4 at that position. Which one? We must not forget that MVL eliminated Magnus from Speed Chess a couple of years ago and is a former World Blitz champion. No, of course, MVL is just brilliant. He's a brilliant player. Rakshit says Bullet will have 8 games, don't worry. But Rakshit, already 4 points down. It's not looking pretty for sure. Magnus really has great intuition. Yeah, I mean, of course, he has amazing, but also Magnus handles his time well. You know, many times he doesn't get into these wild, mad rushes under time pressure. Of course, in Bullet you have to, but in Blitz he tries his best to not get there. Should I sleep or wait? Says Stock Meat. I think you have to wait, Stock Meat, because I still feel Nihal has good chances if he manages to win the next game. If he loses the next game, maybe you should sleep then, because 5 points lead is a bit too much. Nishant Mishra says, thank you, Sagar for making weekend nights fun. Wow, Nishant, thank you for watching on your weekend night. Manikarma Nayak says, thank you for all the amazing work you've done for chess in India. Thank you, Manikarinika Nayak. Hi, Sagar any books on chess psychology, mental discipline, a book without board diagrams? I think there was this very nice book. I think it was by Dan Heisman or someone. My friend, Grandmaster Shardul Kagre was reading it once. I remember. Dan Heisman books. Yeah, I think a guide to chess improvement, maybe. Something like that. Or maybe one of his books. He used to read it a lot. Ritupur Pati says, hi Sagar, cool shirt. Where did you get it from? I think one of my relatives from the US gifted it to me. So maybe it's not so easy to get it in India, but I guess you can get something similar. No, Under the Surface has lot of chess in it. A lot of chess diagrams and everything. In the middle game, few moves back. Please show why Bishop FC2. Bishop FC2. Okay, let's see. Where? Here. So maybe not here, right? Because somewhere here you wanted to see Bishop FC2. Here? Or Bishop H4. I don't know where exactly you wanted to see it. Amchi Adda says, thank you, Sagar from Germany. Amchi Adda, if you are in Germany and you are in Berlin, please go and watch the match of Gukesh on the 17th at Unter den Linden. There is a chess club, World Chess Club there, and where Gukesh will face Duda. That will be a very, very nice match. Okay, guys, next one about to begin. Stock Meat, thank you for becoming a member again to backer of Indian chess. Mukul Bhandari says, missing jokes of Amruta. She's incredibly funny. Oh, I'm going to tell this Amruta. I'm going to tell this to Amruta. She will be very happy that you enjoy her jokes. Sriram says, when I interacted with the young Irish chess kids here, the thing I hear the most is visualizing the board in mind is becoming tough beyond 2-3 moves. Any specific tactic? I would say a very good idea is to do pawn endgames with one pawn each for each side. It's easier to visualize more moves when there are less pieces, and then you take it from there. I think it will be very useful technique. Okay, d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c3, g6, bishop f4. You know, MVL was playing this line with bishop f5, and Nihal was bringing his queen here. So this time he goes g6, bishop f4, bishop g7, e3, knight d2, a5, and this time we have a pure London system. Ooh, tactical miss here. Nihal could have won a pawn, guys. How could he have won a pawn? White to play. White to play. What was the way to win a pawn? Yes, Aditya Shekhar, Rakshit Singh, Akshaj Patil, Shriram, Zwelop. Bishop takes b8, rook takes, and then a4 pawn was hanging. So c4, Nihal didn't do it. Bishop f5, h3, queen b6, queen c1 played, knight to d7, and he plays his knight in the center. Rook, he comes here, c5 gaining space, g4, bishop goes back, and now queen up. Now definitely you don't want to take the queen, because then pawn takes, and then the b pawn is very weak here. So he goes knight takes knight, bishop takes, knight d7. Do you want to trade this bishops? I think maybe take is okay, or maybe going back is okay, or taking the queen is okay. Actually, all of them very interesting moves, and each one leads to different kinds of situations. I want to see what Nihal chooses. Does he choose to take the queen? Does he move his bishop back? Does he take the bishop? Take. Okay, he took there, and now he plays his rook here. And maybe MVL, yes, very smart. MVL is very smart. Actually, I would have suggested Nihal should have taken the queens and kept a very solid advantage here. Small but solid. But queen c7 now. The problem is the king is slightly weak. So you can go with your rook and try to attack this side. Nihal starts to play on the queen side. MVL takes the pawn, but actually h5 would have been a very nice move, because if white takes, rook could have swung over. AB, h5 now played. King g2, takes, and we are at the live board position. Knight f6. Okay, I think Nihal goes f3. That's a typical move. If rook h8 trying to enter here, then we have rook h1. Okay, MVL now low on time. 1 minute on the clock. Nihal has 2 minutes on the clock. Rook h8, rook h1, very... Oh, he goes knight f1. I didn't imagine him to actually not go rook h1. But what Nihal is saying is that my knight will do the job of defending this square. Meanwhile, my idea is to trade here. And if you try to move your rook away, then I'll enter. Akshay Kulkarni asks, is it possible to cheat in these events? I believe not possible for a couple of reasons. One is that they have good anti-cheating measures, like you have to put 2 cameras in the room and so on. And the other thing, and I don't know if they are doing it for this event, but many times they do it, is they actually have one person inside the room. Oh, by the way, here there is a tactical shot. Oh, he goes rook h4, but there was a move. Bishop takes g4, because after fg4, knight jumps in, and now the queen can no longer protect this pawn, because queen f4 there is g5, and if queen f3 there is queen b8 attacking the rook and h2 here. So some beautiful tactics with always undefended pieces, guys. Keep that in mind. That will always come to good use. But now that piece is defended and white is clearly better. So take. This time the tactic doesn't work. Rook a8, good move by Nihal Sarin. Queen f5, and Nihal wins this because after rook takes rook, opponent resigned. If he takes with the king, queen h4. If he takes with the rook, bishop g4. And Nihal wins this game. Very important game actually to stay in the match. And he reduces the deficit to 3 points. 6-9. Another decisive game. Let's go to Nihal, who has the black pieces now, looking for his first point with the black pieces. Nihal must not be very happy with what's happening with him in black. He's generally very, very solid, but to lose all the game with black is definitely something. So knight goes back. Okay, so h4, h5 is something that has been being played for quite some moves. And now he goes knight h4. A very interesting move was knight to the center, taking control of the square. But he goes knight a5, attacking the bishop. Sajal Anand says, who according to you will win this championship? I feel big favorite is Magnus Carlsen, which is always the case when he's playing. But also Wesley is playing very well. So Wesley versus Magnus, I think, is the next match, right? Or not? Whoever wins this actually faces Hikaru. So Wesley Magnus will be a nice match to follow. Meanwhile, he goes bishop e3, bishop b4, queen f3, and Nihal brings his queen up, queen g3, rook g8, castles, pawn to a6, because he wants to castle long, but this pawn was hanging, so he brings it up one square. Pawn pushes, take, c4. And now, will Nihal actually push the pawn here and try to open up the king side? No, he goes knight c6. He's angling for the d4 square. So knight c6, f4 played. Will Nihal try to put a very small little trap? Knight d4 with the idea of knight e2 check and fork. Maybe. f6. So f4, f6, queen e3. He's attacking this pawn. Knight jumps into the center. Maybe there is a fork. Oh, he goes knight c3 and he's telling Nihal, take this rook if you want, because I'm okay with giving you up material. My knights are much better than the rooks in such a closed position. So will Nihal be tempted to win the rook here? Yes, he got tempted, but his position doesn't look so great even after winning this exchange. And now keeping the queens on the board is important, because generally when you are down on material, you don't want to exchange pieces. So knight comes here, and now, guys, the king goes up. Knight g6. somehow the way in these pawns are kept, they are like a chattan, like a mountainous range against these bishops and the queens and the rooks. They just are not able to break through. And I think one of the things that Nihal can do is play b5. I know it's a little bit like lashing out on the position, but in a way, you want to open up some lines for your pieces, and that's why b5 looks like the move. bg4 wins a pawn here, says Cine. No, interesting. Yeah, if put the bishop, you can win this. Maybe the knight jumps in, and then if you take here, then knight jumps in with a fork. And in fact, the queen is trapped, if you see, has no squares to go to. Okay, so bishop goes back, knight jumps in, rook e8. You don't even want to get rid of this knight, because once you get rid of this knight, no one can get rid of the other knight. So rook e8, rook c1. It's such a tough position to play. King d8 played. Okay. Knights are incredible here. c5. Trying to open up the rook. But with that, maybe Nihal gets some hope for his position. C takes. And the queen is threatening here. So he takes the pawn. Is this okay for black? If the king was here, black was winning. Just king has to go this side. No, he goes to f3, attacking this pawn. Very tough to play. Oh, queen b4 gets mated in 2 moves. Nihal makes a huge blunder. You see, this was controlled, this is controlled, and this is controlled. In fact, in an equal position here, rook e6 was a very, very important move, because after you take, there is queen b6 check. Such an important and tough defense, but Nihal didn't have much time as well. So he went queen b4 and missed this check, which is quite possible. And MVL continues to win his white games. I'm tired of saying this, but it is true. He's winning game after game with the white pieces. And he's moved to 10 points now. And now Nihal has the white pieces. Guys, this might not be the last game. There might be one more game that will happen. And I think the best we can hope for is Nihal winning this one with the white pieces. Okay, by the way, let's quickly check what was the opening this time. It was this Jobawa London, which has been going on for quite some time with this knight. This maneuver of Nihal is becoming very, very common. So if he manages to win this one here, this game, and then he manages to win the next game, I believe he has decent chances in bullet with the 2-point deficit then. But if he loses one of the two, then he goes into the blitz with 4-point deficit. And, you are going to get only 8 games. So even if you lose one game there, then you are just left with very, very small margin. So b4, d takes e5, fe takes. Well, the main reason why he didn't take with the pawn here is because after bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, this was hanging. And so that's the reason why he took here with the knight. And he wants to enter here with his knight. So knight to c4 and knight c3 played. Now, best move here was knight f7. Just black is doing well, defending the pawn. But he played this. And now Nihal plays a very nice exchange sacrifice. Pawn takes. Because if you play knight c4 attacking the queen here, then there is bishop c4 check and rook comes to the center of the board. So he took here, knight takes pawn, bishop b7, queen c2 and c5. And this is a key moment in the game. Will Nihal have the guts to take and go into the pin? Yes, he has. He goes here and now knight blocks, attacks this piece here, and maybe there is pinning here. This move looks good. The other idea which I was thinking is, can we pin this way? But then there is bishop d5 unpinning. So he goes bishop c4, the best move. Bishop d5 is good, but now Nihal has to find this move e4, which is a great move. Because if you play e4, you are forcing him to take, and he finds it. Well done, Nihal. Well done. e4 played. Good move. Take, queen takes, still pins this. And if you play bishop e4, I thought you could take on f7, but then there's maybe queen f7, knight takes, and then this queen is hanging. Oh, he takes. Okay. Are we looking at the first draw today, guys? Why am I saying it could be a draw? First of all, rook e1 would be a very interesting move to bring another piece. Okay, bishop d5. But the drawish variation could have happened after bishop f7, queen f7, knight f7, bishop c3, knight d8, rook d8. And white is slightly better because of extra pawn, but black has two bishops there. Okay, rook e1 played, bishop d5. He takes, rook takes. And he played his queen up, queen b7. Yeah, it was kind of the only move there. Knight g4. I think Nihal's knights and bishop and slightly exposed king should give white good chances here. Bishop f4 played. I think the best move here was bishop g3 somehow. But bishop f4, the problem is after rook takes, if now king h2, there is queen b4. Yeah, but I don't know why this was not a problem with bishop g3. Take. Just trying to understand this very quickly. If queen b4, the bishop is not hanging anymore here. That was the point. Wow. That was not at all easy to foresee, and MVL finds it. And now we are going into an end game where MVL might just be completely winning this. And then if MVL wins this with black, and Nihal then plays with black, and MVL has white next game where he has won all his games, then that means he would have a 6-point lead. And guys, come on. You have to be kidding me if you say that you still think Nihal has chances after having a 6-point deficit in going into the bullet. Take. This is lost. I mean, knight c4, rook b3. No. This, he shouldn't have played that knight. Why did he play this knight? I thought he should have played the other knight. No. b3 should be done, right? b3, knight c3, b2. Okay, knight goes back. MVL wins. Nihal has one more game in this segment, I believe. Unless he scores a very quick win or something, then otherwise now the 5-point deficit is a bit too much. I don't think there will be more than one game here. And he goes for the very solid Petrov. This is not over. Okay, match is not over or what? One second. What? How did this happen? Take. Rook e1, knight c6, pawn pushed forward. Knight moved back. Takes. Rook takes, rook b8. Okay. Very equal. And I think Nihal just wants to get in a decent mind frame before the bullet segment. I think that's the reason why he chose the Petrov. Even if the game ends in a draw, he would be happy because he scored 0 points with black until now. 0. Can you believe it? The match has lasted 17 games, which means he's played in at least 8 or 9 games with black and he scored 0 points. Okay, by the way, bishop g6, a5, he brings the rook here. Some magical stuff has to happen for Nihal to win. Sahil Nair says, Sagar, why will you stream the whole match or else I'll go to sleep? No, Sahil, of course I'm going to stream this till the end. Because watching Nihal play bullet is a joy. Always. So I'm going to not miss that opportunity today. c5, good move. And I'm also hoping for Nihal to win this game in the next 2 minutes 50 seconds. When 1 second is left and he gets another game. That's what the hope is. That's the best case scenario. So he wins this with 1 second left. Then it's 11-7. Then he plays another game. Then he wins that. And then it's 11-8. Then you go to the bullet. Maza. Shriram says chess engines these days prefer keeping the bishop instead of knight on the board in short format. This was not the case 3-4 years where they treated both as same. Interesting adaptation. I'm not so sure if this is true, but maybe it is. Sakar Chess Ambarnath says, will Nihal make 8 out of 8? Come on. Knight d6, attacking the rook. Rook b8 or rook d7. Where should we go? 1 minute 46 seconds left for this game. For this segment actually. And in this game, Nihal has 1 minute 20 seconds. MVL has 1 minute 40 seconds. And actually, Nihal is getting a slightly better position here. The reason for that is after take, f6, bishop could drop back and attack this weakened pawn. That is the idea. Pankajashan Ramavallaban says, hey Sagar, nice to watch the stream at this hour. Saw Gukesh video came off pretty good. Thank you so much, Pankajashan. Pankaj, who lives in Chennai, went to the tournament there. Sorry, not the tournament, but the Velamal felicitation of Gukesh and Prag. Ooh, he gives up a piece. Take, b2, knight goes back, bishop b4, knight d5. Good play there by MVL. Position is still equal, but Nihal is a piece down. What should Nihal do? Actually, Nihal shouldn't worry too much about the piece. that he's down. If he plays a move like h5 or h6, that is epic understanding, because the point is, if you take the bishop, I take the pawn, knight moves back, and I take on a4 and then rook a1, and that is should be winning. Just did he play at 6? Wow, Nihal understands this position very well. So you can't take this, by the way. If you take this, I think black is actually, there is a drawing line, I believe. Knight takes, pawn takes, knight back, rook back, bishop here, and then take here. There is take, bishop takes, and bishop takes pawn, and then it's a drawn endgame, I think. So could take the bishop here if MVL wants to draw. And by the way, guys, the timer for this segment is says 0-0-0-0, which means this is the last game now. Can we make the queen? Knight takes, bishop takes. Okay, rook d2, rook e8, bishop e3, and now what should Nihal do? Oh, MVL won? How? Nihal lost on time. In a completely equal position, Nihal just let his time run away. Oh my goodness. Never saw that coming, guys. Never ever. Nihal Sarin letting his time run down in a way where he just forgot. But you know, this was even like take and rook b8. This should not be losing in any way. He'll make a queen take, like let's say if you play h3, queen, take. This is a draw at the very least, I mean. So instead of 5-point deficit, now Nihal has a 6-point deficit to overcome in bullet. And maybe, guys, it's time for Rakshit Singh to shave off his hair. Guys, let's take a very short break here and watch this very interesting video. And then let's come back and talk. Don't go away. We are going to watch the bullet. Just one, I would say 99% chance MVL will win. 1% chance to Nihal, but we'll keep watching for that 1% hope.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation, the ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces. The ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Guys, we are back. If you would like to get this chess set, it's the first link in the description, the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set. And while we were watching this match, I just got the information from all of you in the chat that Nihal's internet got disconnected. That is very, very sad, considering that, you know, how important this game was. And I always feel like in online chess, these little problems can make a huge impact, especially when you're playing in India. I think somehow the internet connection always dips for a second or two. I don't know. And, you know, Nihal would love to even invest a lot of money to get good internet connection. But sometimes it's just not possible to have that. Yeah, I think he's in Kerala. He is in his hometown in Kerala. I don't know what is the semi-final schedule, Omkar, but it's not tomorrow, right? Tomorrow maybe one game, but also there is something on 19th. I don't think Nihal has chance in Bullet with 6 points down. But I want to see Nihal actually kind of dominate the Bullet segment. That would be nice. Even if he wins, like, let's say 6-2 or something, still MVL would win 14-12. But at least it would be interesting. Osama Mahmood says, मैं जा रहा हूँ सोने. Well, Osama, why don't you wait for 30 more minutes? Who knows? You might be part of something, seeing something truly unbelievable today. Any plans to start a chess club in Delhi? Jeevan says. Jeevan, something or the other will come up for sure. And I know Delhi is something on my mind because so many people in Delhi have been keen on starting, so we can try for that. Sriram says, why cannot these players get special permission to play physically in some place like Waka where they have advanced network connectivity along with no power outage? Yeah. Well, the thing is, this speed chess tournament, you have to play on 4 different days if you keep winning, because round of 16, then 8, 4, 2. And somehow if you're going to stay somewhere, they are on 4 different days, there's break in between. It's not possible somehow logistically to stay somewhere else apart from your home. Devashish says, isn't it just painful to go through too many of these tough losses back to back with the white pieces? Yeah, I mean, for sure, Nihal might not be in best mental state, but what he must do is just forget everything, play this bullet as if it's a bullet match, and try to dominate. That's what he has to do. Silkam Sangma, hello Silkam, says, I'm not sleeping until Nihal wins. Well, let's hope that happens. Silkam is the highest rated player of Meghalaya, where I was a few days ago, and it's nice to see you. Pankaj, Sagar bhai, thanks for the mod. Well, Pankaj, thank you for being such a wonderful subscriber. Pankaj, as I mentioned, part of the ChessBase India here community, and he helped us to shoot some of the videos at the felicitation of Gukesh and Prague at the Velamal school, and that's what all of you could enjoy those videos thanks to him going there. So thank you so much, Pankaj, for doing this. Bring Hans Niemann as a guest on your channel. Well, now that Hans is back, I would definitely ask him, because at some point he was on our channel. We have a couple of interviews with him. Let's see if he is interested to come back. It is unacceptable of Nihal to come sleepy and yawn in the middle of game. Should have come fully ready. No, I don't think that is unacceptable or acceptable. I mean, come on, Satyendra Sharma. That's just saying that, you in anything important, you've never done anything which is incorrect. Well, yawns happen. Different people are made differently. Some yawn, some don't. Is any chess grandmaster from Chhattisgarh? No. Guys, 43 seconds left. Let's get ready for the bullet. What is that? Have you seen this movie Shawshank Redemption? Any of you? The entire movie is based upon hope. Hope is the most important thing that human beings should never lose. So once you lose hope, you lose the joy of living life. And if you lose hope, then you lose the joy of watching this match. So we want to follow this with a lot of hope in our mind. Yeah, many of the people have seen that. In fact, Shawshank Redemption, Pursuit for Happiness, all of these movies, which are really amazing, are all based on this concept of hope. Well, the break is over. I hope Nihal's internet firstly stays okay. Then he starts to play well. That is also important. Nihal has the white pieces in this game, and we are ready to rock and roll. Knight f3, knight f6, b3. Ooh, bishop b2. So very quick moves happening here. Both sides developing their pieces. In the center, there are few exchanges. The bishop is hanging. That's a good development for Nihal. He has a nice position out of the opening. A first win in bullet would be very good for Nihal. Although now the knight is attacking the bishop, and it's no good news because this would mean that he would lose that take, and yeah, MVL getting a good position. Actually, this was a free pawn here, but he did not take it. He goes here. Nihal making a lot of errors now. Knight d2 attacks the queen, and knight f3 is a threat. But MVL did not find it. But the position is terrible for Nihal. Very bad, actually. Rook c3, and it's just game over, it feels. Yeah, finds it. And both players have 57 seconds. They've just not adjusted to the bullet, it feels. Rook f3 attacking here. Rook a2 needs to defend. Queen takes pawn. Now this is hanging. Goes king g2. Okay, if he loses this, match is over, I feel. MVL 1. Check here. Technically not over. Technically not over because maybe just outside chance. But the gap has become too huge. One more loss and I think it's done. No, maybe. We'll see. We cannot even say the match is over because sometimes, you have many games that can happen in bullet. But I think Nihal just lost that first game very easily. And MVL seems to be very high on confidence right now. He's making his moves very quickly. And he's putting Nihal under big pressure. Okay, takes, and now is f5 coming up. Okay, let's put our bishop in the center. Yeah, this seems like a good game for Nihal to at least try. Yeah, in bullet, but the position is so simplified that a player like MVL would not lose such a position. Like with one. Although Nihal is trying for the queenside play here with minority attack. If he gets a successful b4. Should be doing very well. Look at MVL bringing his king in. But Nihal wants to now go and attack here. Oh, rook c4. Nice move. If you take, the b2 pawn would be weak. Rook h2. Good move. Okay. h5. Should we go h5? No, he goes back. King d7. Oh, if the king gets in from there, that was important. But a4. Good move. Stopping that idea. Rook h5. Ah, nice. Pawn takes rook b2 and he gets his rook activated there. Yeah, I mean, getting the rook here made no sense, no, in a way. Like, what is your rook going to do there? No, this is just a draw now. If there's someone who's playing for a win now, it's maybe white because the king is coming in. Lost. Somehow things are just not what. Look at this beautiful move. King takes a7. And the rook can't go here. The pawn itself stopped it. Wow. Well, Nihal is being put through tough situation here by MVL, who is just unrelenting. Okay, Nihal playing with white this time. I even flipped the board because I was surprised that e4. Okay, it was d4. But perk. Okay, one win for Nihal, hopefully. Okay. I think this is a good game for Nihal to try and press for a win. No, knight d5 with some very intense check threats. Nihal is in total sleep. Dude, watch in stream. He's totally sleepy. Okay. Maybe then. Could be. Could be. Could be that Nihal was in a very disciplined mode for the last few days where he was sleeping on time, and then now suddenly at 10:30 and MVL is just crushing him. Oh, blunder. Oh, blunder. Oh, blunder. Blunder. Because now there's a mate here. So you can't move the knight and f3. Oh, wow. Nihal's going to win this. Nihal's going to win this. Okay. At least he pulls one back. f3. Go on, Nihal. Play. What are you thinking? I mean, what? Yeah, f3. Queen c2. One second. Queen c2. There is a mate here. So you have to play rook e2. f4. Now he took and he wins. So Nihal Sarin wins this game. And MVL very, very sportingly resigns. Because generally you can keep playing on, right? You have such a huge lead. But I think MVL wants to show that he can really beat Nihal in this even bullet format. Nice. Okay, Nihal has a decent position once again. Queen takes. Rook g2. He wants to double here, but oh wow, there was some tactical inaccuracy here by Nihal. He played knight b6, rook g1, and knight f2. What sort of move is this actually? If I take here, what's your plan? Rook e3, and if queen d2, there is knight c4. So that was his idea. But I think he missed rook g7, king f8. Because if king h8 here, there is queen f5. Somehow white is winning here. So king f8, queen f5, threatening a mate. Queen g5. And this is game over. Wow. Nihal losing this. King b3, good move. No more checks. And MVL wins. And I think that should seal the deal now. Because with 21 minutes to go and you have 8 points lead, you can't have so many bullet games being played. Unless, of course, Nihal wins all the games within 2 minutes. Which is not easy because the bullet games itself are 2 minutes plus 1 minute plus 1 second increment, right? So it should logically, a 40 move game should last around, I mean, it also depends on how much time you take per move, but something like 3 minutes. So Now if 3 into 6, maximum 6 games should be played, and 6 games means he can only reach 13 points. But more than anything, I feel that Nihal has been unable to really create those chances against MVL, who has played really well. Oh, he blunders now. Here, take, queen c3. I mean, fg2 and black was okay, but he takes, bishop takes d4, queen d2, fg2, and now rook a d1. Nice. Because if bishop takes, there's queen takes. And if rook takes, there is a mate here. Anyway, that's lost. So yeah, rook takes. And the key point is that if you take here, I take this with no checks coming up. So few moves played. Queen takes d4. Ah, he played this way. Okay, this is lost. Now this is good position for Nihal, and he might win this game. Although this pawn on g2 defended by the bishop is somehow very powerful. Bishop f3, but rook d7. Or do you want to go here and trade? Yeah, rook d7. Threatening check, check, check. Ah, rooks are traded. So, ooh, Nihal wins. And what I'm very amazed with is how MVL is resigning the games very quickly. Because when you're ahead in match, you don't want to resign. So in this, I think it was 12-6, right? So 3 wins for MVL in Bullet and 2 for Nihal until now. Okay, Nihal once again now getting a good position. Some check here. And then this pawn was hanging, but the queen was attacked. So he first moves his queen to c6. Good move. a6 would trap the knight. f4. Knight f2 is a threat now. So Nihal is clearly better. a6. Yeah. b4 coming up. Somehow Nihal showing some flashes of his brilliant self here, but they come a little too late. What? He misses a fork. This is unlike Nihal. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can't play this. You could take here. You could take this. And then move the queen and you're better somehow. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep watching. MVL wins this, and the score is 16-8. But you know the position in which Nihal blundered, he was totally winning. He's totally better. Okay. Let's go d4, g6, knight f3 here. So this is a nice position here. Nihal has very nice central pawns. Push forward, I think, makes sense. And h5, yes. f5, he sacks. Oh, nice, nice. This is a very aggressive play by Nihal. But MVL is also very aggressive, yeah. Queen f4, let's go. Knight g7. This should be a very powerful move. Because if king moves, I can take the pawn. And if bishop takes, pawn takes. Yes, finds it. King d7. Okay, queen takes. Can we take another pawn or is that not possible? Oh, blunder. That looks so natural, no? But there is a mate now. That's the problem. Bishop c1. Oh, bishop d7, queen trap. Maybe not so easy to find. Maybe it was not a queen trap. There was queen d6 check. But yeah, something was off there. Now, ooh, Nihal winning this. Take. Ooh, MVL forgetting that queen takes was possible. Nihal is now a piece up. Actually, they are playing a lot of bullet games. No, like generally, in this format, you have like 10 bullet games. They have already played. It was 12-6. So 6 bullet games they've already played in half the time. So yeah, I mean relatively quick they're playing. Okay, this entire mass of pawns looks very, very powerful. And if this avalanche starts to move like f4, yes. f5, why not? f5 he wants to maybe take with the bishop. So Nihal is being careful about it. Rook a2 now. Rajat, can you stop asking that question for some time and enjoy this match? Rook a3. And now bishop defends this. He wants to now push the pawns like king f4, g5. It's a nice position to play as white. You know, it's free flowing. Take. No, I mean he's down so much material that this cannot be saved anymore. So Nihal will win this. He will move to 9, 16. Resigns because rook was coming in. And the score is now 9-16. I know many of you are still making these calculations in your head if Nihal can somehow manage to magically win this. But guys, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, this match has had no draws. Because I typed the scores right every time. So I know when I had to type 0.5 more and so on. I never had to do that in this. What a match. With no draws. This reminds us of that very similar game, no? That they played. G5. Powerful. C4 now or? No, C4 there was Queen A6 as we saw last time as well. Queen B5. Nice move. Okay, bishop comes to g3. Pawn pushes forward, but now this one is lost here. Rook a6 and completely losing. If you move the knight, there was rook takes g6 now. This is pinned. Rook f6 and yeah, this is over. bg6. It's a check. So, MVL wins 17-9. Okay, guys, I think all of you who had to study, who had to sleep, please go ahead. I still feel that this match was a pretty high quality one from the chess perspective. At least the first, I would say the first 5+1 segment was really very good quality. And I think we can all learn a lot from Nihal's play of high class positional chess. I thought he was playing better and missed quite a few good chances. But overall, MVL has played really well in this match. Like, overall, his strength has been so good. He has fought back well. I mean, he's been the better practical player, basically. Hanu says this match might break the record of the most number of games in a single SCC match. Really, 26 until now. Maybe it'll reach 30. What's the record? Okay, materially, Nihal is busted here because he has just a rook and a knight for a queen. But there's still hope. Till the knight's there, Nihal can always jump around with his knight. Yeah, maybe knight of MVL1. I was wondering if he could go and stop this, but he just gave up. MVL has twice the number of points as Nihal. In fact, I think MVL beating Nihal with the same score almost the same score that he beat Gukesh. Uh, he beat Gukesh with 21 and half, 8 and half. Okay, Nihal already has 9, but I mean, I would have never expected such a clean sweep by MVL. Yeah, maybe this is the only match perhaps which has first 27 games with no draws. Oh, once again, I think here giving a check first was important because after you take and give a check, now I can go king g8. Oh, first draw. King f8 played and they agreed to a draw. But actually, it was winning. Very curious draw because here, instead of this, knight g5 was winning. Oh, wait. The first draw happened. And nothing's going right in this match. I was hoping for at least this record that there'll be no draws. I think the match between Hikaru and MVL suddenly looks so interesting, right? Because with the way in which MVL has beaten Nihal here, I do feel like MVL will give Hikaru a very tough fight. Although I must say that Hikaru is the stronger player. Also, because when you see Hikaru's games, they are so much more stable than what you see MVL's play. Like there are so many ups and downs. There were so many times he was losing, so many times he was winning and lost, and so on. So my bet is clearly Hikaru Magnus finals coming in. By the way, Nihal has gotten a good position now. He's winning this game. He is a piece up. Yeah, rookie one. The bishop does not have good squares. But rook e2, Nihal won. So Nihal moves to 10 and a half now, which is a good score. I mean, it's a double digit score at least. Rakshit, bye Rakshit. Guys, we had Rakshit here who had mentioned our mod that he would be shaving off his hair if Nihal lost, and which has happened. I mean, which is happening. And this is Rakshit for us. And he's going to shave his hair, and then we will put it up on our social media. Rakshit, please. Maybe he might want to go to a professional barber to get his hair cut, but maybe he can do it at home. Like just take a scissor and cut it off. Rakesh Rocky says, Sagar bhai, Hikaru is always listening to songs and vibing while playing, whereas Magnus concentrates on the game. I don't think Magnus concentrates on the game. If you have watched, maybe here, I don't know, but if you have watched Champions Chess Tour, he was even laughing all the time. I think he was listening to stand up comedy. Yeah, no, I think Manikarnika Nayak, I might commentate on the finals between Hikaru and Magnus if it happens, or I don't know which finals would happen, but maybe we'll see. But tomorrow there's a live stream, very nice one to improve your chess. If any one of you wants to learn some very good positional lessons, then please do join us at 12:30, which is in 10 hours from now. Ooh, king and pawn endgame is winning. King f5. Yeah, I think he's winning this. He's winning this. Because you can get in. D4 also should win now. So nice king and pawn endgame win for Nihal. And maybe the last game of this match has begun. Priyanshu says, जब imbalances apply करता हूँ तो checks captures threats भूल जाता हूँ. Yeah, it always happens, Priyanshu. Whenever you learn something new, there's always night trapped. There's always a learning curve that is there, and many times when you learn something new, your performance goes down first before it starts to improve. So don't stop trying it. When MVL wins, Nihal resigns there because he's 2 pieces down, and a thoroughly dominating performance by MVL to score 19.5 against 11.5 against Nihal. A huge congratulations to MVL for playing such brilliant chess. Nihal played really well in the first segment of the match. I would say at least first 60 minutes or first 70 minutes of the match, and I think we enjoyed tremendously his play. So thank you, Nihal, for sort of treating us to some great games. And with this, the Speed Chess Championship looks something like this now. The semi-finals lineup is completed. We have Hikaru versus MVL and Carlsen versus Wesley. So all youngsters have been knocked out. That is Abdu Sattarov, Nihal, Gukesh, Arjun, Ali Reza. All of them are out. So we'll see this finals, semi-finals. Very likely that it'll be Carlsen versus Hikaru, but Wesley and MVL can never be taken lightly. And I'll see you all tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. guys, for the session with Goloshapov. He is one of the best trainers in the world. So if you can spread the word for all those who want to learn in your circles, anyone who wants to learn positional play from a world class, he's a grandmaster trainer. He has made 10 grandmasters in India, has trained 10 of them. So very experienced coach, and he'll be coming to ChessBase India tomorrow to teach about the secrets of positional play. So do join in. Until then, guys, see you all. Bye. I'll leave you all with a small little video of the ChessBase India premium chess set. If you want it, get it from the first link in the description. Bye.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherized finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India premium chess set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.